resources.
Well, it's a difference one person can make at recycling. Imagine whole communities making a difference. Recycling saves the environment by saving resources. Proper recycling, when done correctly, saves energy, time, and money.
We are committed to improving our recycling participation rates for our residential customers. Curbside recycling is available to residents of Tarpon Springs. Recycling is
Good evening. I now call to order the regular session meeting of the Board of Commissioners at 6:30 on March 8th, 2022. My name is Jacob Carr. I'm the Vice Mayor of Tarpon Springs. The mayor is out sick tonight, and I'll be filling in for him. We need to have an excusal for the mayor. Is there a motion on the board?
Motion to excuse.
Second.
Roll call.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Yes.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Commissioner Terrapini?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Carr?
Yes. City Clerk, roll call, please.
Mayor is absent and excused. Vice Mayor Carr?
Here.
Commissioner Terrapini?
Here.
Commissioner Donovan?
Here.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Here.
Okay, tonight's invocation will be given by Reverend Kurt Snare from St. Timothy Lutheran Church. Please stand and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
We begin in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. O holy and triune God, we thank you for the privilege of living in this city that you have entrusted to us. Teach us to love you and to love each other more. We pray that you would bless our private citizens, that we would treat each other with respect and honor. We pray that you would be with our leaders and public servants. Bless those who protect and serve. Be with those who are called to lead tonight. Give them your wisdom. And be with us in this upcoming election. May you guide it with your wisdom unto your purpose. We ask all of this in the name of the Most High God, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We have a quick announcement tonight. Items 14 and 15 have been deferred to a date to be determined, so they will not be covered tonight. We're going to go to public comments for the items that will not be discussed tonight. If you'd like to speak, please come up to the microphone. You have 4 minutes to speak. Please say your name and address for the record.
Hi, good evening. My name is David Ballard Geddes Jr. I live at 802 Georgia Avenue, down by Pop Stancil Park. Based on Pinellas County Resolution 95-286, Section 4C-2, it appears to me that the Pinellas County has been sold to the Water District in a 30-year fee simple title transfer as recognized in Home Rule Charter, Section 2.04Q, also seen in a handful of Florida statutes I have written on the back of this manila envelope, not to disclude Statute 163.01 as being part of this internal transfer of political function and power. In a quid pro quo agreement with the Water District, the county and the municipal governments encompassed within the county are soon to shapeshift themselves from their fortnighted statesmanship into a politically laundered watershed operation veiled under the 14th Amendment, soon to be given rise to as a water jurisdiction as enumerated from Article 1, Section 2 of the U.S. Constitution. The legislative redistricting of the county currently occurring in Tallahassee is recognized in Article 1, Section 8, Clause 17 of the U.S. Constitution as a district not to exceed 10 miles square. That ill-defined district in the Constitution itself is a jurisdiction of a larger district. A district not to exceed 10 miles square is a jurisdiction, in my opinion. The ill-defining of this water jurisdiction is being called into question. I feel this 14th Amendment water jurisdiction, as enumerated, is intending on levying upon the residents, levying upon the civilian population in a form of direct taxation, which today, currently, the government has a property tax lien on my property. That's soon to change from a lien into a politically laundered levy. Those are two different animals in the taxing field, and I feel as though this 14th Amendment jurisdiction of such is unwarranted, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anybody like to make any other public comments?
Peter Delacus, 514 Ashland Avenue. We've all been bombarded with the pictures of what's going on in Ukraine. People are saying, what can we do to help? And if you realistically look in the position that we're in, it's kind of like a squeeze play. So I have a couple passages I want to read, one to start with, and then I'll explain what I wish to enumerate for you. Deuteronomy 20:1 through 4. And this is for the Ukrainians to give them strength. When you go to war against your enemies and see horses and chariots in an army greater than yours, do not be afraid of them, because the Lord your God will be with you. When you are about to go into battle, the priest shall come forward and address the army. He shall say, Hear, O Israel, today you are going into battle against your enemies. Do not be faint-hearted or afraid. Do not be terrified or give way to panic before them, for the Lord your God is the one who goes with you to fight for you against your enemies to give you victory. So, what's our position? We're put in an economic squeeze because we don't want to send our sons and daughters into battle. That has been a commitment, and because of previous wars, we have that philosophy. So how do we pressure the enemy other than economically? I went camping this weekend. Thursday, I went through Ocala, paid $3.59 a gallon. Came back on Sunday, $4.09. It's $4.19 at the Shell or Circle K. We all know what's going on. I'll give you a quick lesson on following gas. If you either look on Bloomberg or CNBC, down on the bottom when they have the tickers, don't worry about the barrel. You don't buy barrels of oil. You buy gas. Look at RBOB or RBO gas. That's the wholesale gas for the next contract month. Add 80 cents, that's what you'll be paying next month. But however, corporates are actually, gas in the tank now is from previous contracts. They probably paid $2.89 or $2.79, and they're selling at $4.19. So that's another thing. But here's the point I want to make. If we're going to do economic warfare, just like in World War II, we weren't attacked here in the States, but we sacrificed. There were gas rations, there were rubber and iron and scrap metal things, and the Americans also suffered. But it was a sacrifice for freedom and to protect other people. So if we aren't, I'm going to ask you, this is a question I ask myself, would you rather pay $5 or $6 a gallon for gas? Or would you rather get a letter in the mail that your son-in-law got shot down, or an uncle or an aunt got killed by a mortar over there? What's your choice? Just like in World War II, we had to sacrifice. So if this is how we become patriots and help the Ukrainians, I'm willing to do it. I know it'll hurt, but other than sending troops and airplanes, which we already have amassed there in case Putin, and I don't trust Putin one damn bit. He don't care about people. He has no problem. They've worked on strategic nuclear weapons to pinpoint cities. He probably has subs out in the Atlantic or in the Gulf that we don't know about already, waiting for some mistake. Because tyrants and despots don't care about human life. So if we do We must make those sacrifices necessary to defeat this evil. Lord, help us.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comment tonight on the items that will not be covered? Okay. Seeing none, we'll go ahead and move to the consent items of the agenda. Number 1 is satisfaction of release of liens. Number 2 is award file number 220098-N-JL, single source purchase of Ford original equipment, manufacturer, automotive parts and services. Number 3, renew file number 19014-C-JJ Landscape Services utilizing City of St. Petersburg RFQ number 7164. Number 4, increase file number 210090-C-JL utilizing Sarasota County Contract 2020-435. Manhole and structures rehabilitation. Polyurethane coating method category bid number 201918KW. Award file number 220101-N-AS single source purchase of Hatch brand equipment and services. Are there any items the commission would like to pull? Number 3?
Yes.
Okay.
Please.
We're going to go to public comment for items 1, 2, 4, and 5 of the consent agenda. Okay. Seeing none, do we have a motion for 1, 2, 4, and 5?
So moved. Second.
Any board comments? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Yes.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Commissioner Terrapini?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Carr?
Yes. Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Right. There's a couple of things I wanted to ask about this one. A couple of weeks ago, we had mowing services for the ponds, and now I see this as a landscape, and in the backup, it suggests that we've been using it, and we're just extending this contract now. One thing I'd like to do is get a list of all the services that we contract for that Parks and Parkways and Roads and Streets uses that's in the form of a landscaping service. And I also want to find out, are these services that we're contracting for this evening, are they the ones that are responsible for planting trees in the city, or do we use our own crews?
City Manager?
Okay, Janita, come up. I don't have, as you know, on the consent, if I don't hear anything, I don't have the personal Tom function not to answer, so hopefully Janita can answer for him some of those questions.
Janina Lewis, Procurement Services Director. I did speak with Tom about this contract and what it does, and it is part of planting trees and shrubs, and those trees and shrubs are like Florida certified, that they're not invasive. Everything is like licensed and checked out before they plant.
We use both city crews and this service, is that correct? I mean, I've seen
Yes.
city crews putting trees in around the clock, for example, the other day. And I guess not for tonight, I need to have a better understanding of how all this works. We've got people that are doing this work, and we've got services that do this work, and yet a lot of things don't happen. You and I have talked about that, so I need to get a little better understanding of that. I'm not going to hold this up, of course, but I just wanted to state that tonight.
Yes, we can
Thank
provide
you.
that for you, yes.
All right. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Yeah, just a little more clarification. I'm familiar with this company from years past too. So they typically do the larger trees, so oak trees, palm trees, like at Sisler Field, or oak trees along Tarpon Avenue or something along those lines. And then I think city staff typically does the flowers. But I think you bring up a great point about understanding what all our services are and where they're at, because that's something, it was, with the lawn care, it was something I asked, and they could provide that. I think it would be good for the board going into the budget season, understanding what's going on.
Well, just to your point, where I'm heading on all of this is that we've had some challenges in putting trees out there for a variety of different reasons. And if we're contracting a service and we're paying these people to do that, I'm not sure I understand why we're not putting trees out there, because we've got the funds to buy the trees. You follow what I'm saying?
I understand.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other commission comments? Do we have any public comments on item number 3? Hearing none, I need a motion.
Motion to approve. Second.
Roll call.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Yes.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Commissioner Terrapini?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Carr.
Yes. Moving on to the special consent agenda, item number 6, approve change order 1 to bid number 200100-B-JJ Pent Street and Gross Avenue Drainage and Roadway Improvements, no cost extension. City Manager.
Yes, Bob Robertson present this.
Thank you. Bob Robertson, Project Administration Department Director. For this item, we're asking the board to approve a no-cost change order to our contract with American Pipeline Construction, LLC, for the Pent Street and Gross Avenue project. The proposed change order, drafted by the City Attorney's Office, includes a time extension to lock in a final date for project completion, as well as other important commitments. As I'm sure you're aware, the construction has been progressing slowly. My staff and I have been diligently overseeing this project, including weekly field progress meetings, bringing construction oversight expertise from a third-party consultant, and input from the city attorney. However, despite our efforts, the contractor remains significantly behind schedule. The purpose of this change order is to amend the original contract completion date and to reconfirm not only the contractor's commitment to completing the job, but also reaffirm the City Commission's commitment to its citizens to completing this project. This is the contractor's last chance to get back on the project and get it done. Anything short of an immediate response will result in filing a claim through the city's attorney's office against the bond and forcing the surety company to provide a cure. And finally, I want to let you know, we've spoken with some of the residents about the project, and they've voiced their concerns to us about lack of activity, dust, and access to their homes. We're doing everything we can to mitigate those things. Public Works has been out daily with the water truck to try to get the dust under control, doing what we can, and we share their frustrations. We will be preparing door hangers in the very near future with specific information and updates to them depending on the outcome of the change order and action or inaction on the contractor's part. Once we have a path forward that's clear, we'll be explaining that to everyone who's got a stake in it. So with that, Vice Mayor, that's my discussion.
Thanks, Bob. We're going to go to public comments on this item. Is there any public comments?
Good evening. Mike Eisner, 1515 Riverside Drive. I just wanted to ask the question. A number of people had come up to me and had asked that they were not sure that the pipes were being put down on a rock bed. Was this project followed and overseen as it was being done? Because at the point we're at now, from what I see, is we're just going to be repaving the road. I don't know if we're going to be digging this up anymore. So what happens down the road if this does get paved and then we have a situation where we have pipes breaking again down the road? Because there has to be a bed of rocks on there. That was the one question I had. And the other question I have is there anything being done for the residents on this street since they've been living in a dust bowl? Their cars are filthy. Homes are filthy inside and out, and that's what was asked of me to ask you guys. So if we can have that discussion, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Are there any other public comments on this item? Seeing none, board will entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay. We're going to questions and discussion right now for city staff. I do have a quick question, Bob. I'm sorry, I just totally lost my thought. We'll go to Commissioner Terrapini first.
Bob, you answered some of my questions, but to reiterate some, one is you said that this is the contractor's last chance, right?
Yes, sir.
Is this the same contractor that's doing the Seabreeze Drive project?
No.
Okay, that's good to know. And then it's been mentioned by you and a public speaker, but there is some outreach to the quote-unquote affected parties, right?
Yes.
Okay. In terms of like the project and timing and completion, is there an opportunity to at least fill some of the potholes until the final grading and final blacktop and everything has been done? It seems like I've been getting a handful of calls and concerns about that.
Yes, there is. In fact, I think tomorrow we have scheduled Public Works to come out and regrade what's out there to try to level off some of the potholes.
Right.
If it turns out we do have to file a claim with the surety, we have a second plan in place where we're going to do some more stabilization, get the road back opened up, make it, I call it livable and passable, so that while we're dealing with the contract issues and legal stuff, we at least make it tolerable.
And this was a bonded job, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What's the completion date?
The original completion date was May 2022. We're at early May. The amendment takes it to the end of June 2022. It sounds like a short extension, but the contractor is, in their plan, tripling their crews, number of crews on the job from 1 to 3, and they're adding Saturdays in as work days to try to get the project done faster. This is their commitment.
Sure. When you're doing your public outreach, will you just make sure the residents know that there's going to be ongoing work on Saturdays?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. A couple questions. Do we put any service level agreements in our contracts with these bigger projects? So we expect them to meet this deadline by, if they don't, city gets X, Y, Z compensation or something along those lines?
Yeah, we have a liquidated damages clause in our contracts that if they go past that deadline without any approvals, we can charge them. And in this contract, it's $509 per day that they fail to meet the deadline.
Okay. So if we extend this, that means we wouldn't get that $509 per day then?
That's right.
What's the incentive then for the contractor to finish it?
The incentive is they don't get the rest of the contract. In addition to the penalties, they don't finish the job, they don't get the money.
I mean, I like the penalties because they've had how long have they started? Or how long has this project been ongoing?
Started in October 2020.
Okay. So a year and a half almost.
Yes.
What else needs to be done on this project?
About 60% of the work is remaining. A lot of the stormwater pipes are in the ground. There's more stormwater pipes to be done. There's some more waterline work to be done. One of the 3 ponds has been constructed. One of them has been partially cleared. The other one hasn't even been started yet.
Yeah, the tree sat there for like a year, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
A lot of things sat.
So if we don't approve it, then what happens? The contract stops and they can't finish it? Is that what happens?
Well, then we don't give them the change order. The deadline becomes May 7th, and we will file a claim with the surety regardless.
With the change order, what is being done in the change order?
So it's extending the deadline a bit. It's giving them the benefit of the doubt, if you will. This is our one last good faith effort for them to get the project done without us having to file a claim, without us having to delay the project by getting legal involved. If we don't do that, then like I said, they run out of time at the beginning of May.
Okay. Can we increase the fines then at the end of June then?
No, those are contractual. The $509 was established at the beginning of the project.
Okay. I noticed a good amount of damage on Live Oak where they put the cut in for the drain going into across Live Oak.
Yes.
They patched it nice, but then on both sides of it, there's like a good amount of just damage. Is that going to be replaced?
It is, and that's a temporary patch. This is that's one of the QA/QC errors we caught just a bit too late, but we caught the fact that the materials they were putting in were substandard in that location. So we're going to make them pull those out and replace them with DOT standard quality materials that is required for this job.
That's for the blacktop?
Pardon?
Is that for the blacktop or is
that
for?
No, it's actually for the structures underneath, the storm pipe structures underneath.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Commissioner Donovan?
Yeah, thank you, Vice Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Robertson, for the presentation. It feels a little bit, reading the backup, like our hands are kind of tied to extend it, because what's the change in timeline if we say, no, we're not going to extend it, we're going to file a claim? How does that affect the actual job getting done?
I think if we don't do this, I don't want to sound dire, but there is almost no chance that they're going to get the job done in time. And they may not even come back. The point of this change order was to give them one last chance to get it right, to give them the time they're asking us for, which amounts to less than 2 months, the time that they are committing to get the job done. Give them that chance to do it, and then there's nothing holding us back in terms of filing a claim. It shows in good faith that we as the city have done everything we can to help this contractor get the job done, and if they can't do it, then we have the rights to file a claim.
Right, and I totally get the frustration. I mean, they had 540 days to do it, and then they're coming back at the last month and saying, oh shoot, we're way behind schedule. But how does it work in the future? So when you're doing future bids, is this something that you guys can note and say, we've had major problems with them in the past, we don't want to go with them in the future?
Yes, we can do that. We can blacklist them.
Okay. Is that something we plan on doing?
Yes, I would think we would.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Thank you. Mr. Robertson, I understand, I've had a conversation with the city attorney, so I understand what the purpose of this is contractually. They're pretty much stopped now, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Stop, or?
They haven't been on site in 5 weeks.
Okay. And when this gets approved this evening, because I'm not sure what choice we have, I mean, I guess we could deny it, but I'm not sure that would be a smart thing to do. When do they actually start? When do they mobilize?
That's a good question. We're going to give them till the close of business tomorrow to give us their commitment, show us the numbers, show us the people, the crews that they're coming back. I don't have a date from them yet, but I need it on short order.
Okay. So there's, even if we approve this evening, there's no guarantee that I know they've asked for this, and I've dealt with contractors, and
yes,
I've been in your shoes for that perspective, and so I know those are easily talked things, but the people, the actual part of this that I feel the worst about are the residents. I mean, they're looking at us to do something, and I also want to be realistic with them that just because we're approving this tonight, we still have to wait to see how that's going to go. I think that's what you're saying.
Yes, sir.
Okay. How's this going to affect our grant, or is it?
that is a very good question. It is the grant you're alluding to, for everyone's benefit, is the Southwest Florida Water Management Grant. It's a 50% grant of the roughly $2 million project.
Right.
The contract term for the grant, the deadline is the end of 2022. It's December 2022. So we do have some time here, but we've already got a meeting set up with the project manager and director at SwiftMud next week. We're going to explain to them the situation, the result of tonight's effort, and tell them the plan going forward. We may have to do some kind of a no-cost time extension on that contract as well. That's not unusual. They do that as long as we're, as long as we got someone working on the job and we've got work that's in the ground, we can demonstrate that we've made progress. SwiftMud's usually amenable to extending those deadlines.
Okay. The other part of this, I want to make sure, are there any contingencies being done with, for example, Ms. Lewis in preparing a backup RFP to send out to finish the work?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question.
Is there any contingency plan in the sense of preparing an RFP as a backup, that in case this fails in a month, they haven't shown up, it's not going well? I don't want to just have these people walk off and then 3 months later we're just sitting around trying to regroup. I think it would be smart as a contingency to be prepared, plan for the best. I mean, it's
yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Hope for the best, plan for the worst.
Right.
So I think that there ought to be some measures in that regard to just with what needs to be done. I know there's a lot of pieces of the puzzle for this thing to work. I know we've got the trees that we'd like to have in the ponds and the whole thing. Mm-hmm. I'm not sure how all this is going to play out. I understand, and I agree with the city attorney, there isn't a whole lot of choice that we can do here. I would like to give them a certain amount of time, other than just the commission approving this tonight, that we want to have something within a certain period of time. And I don't know what that is. You're a better one to suggest something like maybe within 30 days they need to be mobilized, or else we need to come back and take a look at this from a commission's perspective as far as making a decision. I don't know what decision that would be, but I don't think it would be good this evening to approve something with an open date, and then 2 or 3 months later we find out that they're not performing as they should. I mean, I suspect you're going to be out there watching what's going on and making sure that progress is being made.
Absolutely.
Okay.
It's quite literally right out my window in my office. I see it every day.
I'd like to ask you to offer some time frame that we would give them a certain period of time to mobilize based on your judgment of what you've been dealing. First of all, before you do that, do we know that they've got the materials on hand to do? I mean, the people is one thing, but part of the problem of why we've gotten to this point is they don't have the materials either. Do you Have you seen the materials, or do we know that they have the materials?
There is a significant amount of stored materials still that we have. There's still some that's on order, it's coming in, but there's enough for them to get here and get going. You're asking me for a commitment on time. I can't give you a commitment, but I can tell you I expect them to be here within a month and probably sooner.
So could we, I'm not sure, I made the motion to approve. I'd like to, at the proper point, maybe amend that we'd get a report back in 30 days as far as how that's going as part of the motion. Okay, is that reasonable?
Just to
Okay.
report back to the board through the city manager on the status.
Yeah.
Sure.
City manager, you okay with that?
Yeah, that's fine. But I'm a little more, if I don't see significant things within a week, I mean, I'm not waiting a month for it. If they don't show significant mobilization and stuff within a week, to me, it's over with, and we're going for the bond. I'm not even willing to wait a month to get them mobilized. They better have a bunch of people here real fast, or because they haven't even proven to me that they can do that. I don't even think they're going to be able to do this. So I've got to see something fast, or we need to go out, because a lot of the timing's going to be with the bond, if I understand, because they have to provide us the people to come in and replace this group, if I'm not mistaken. Correct. So I want that process to start real fast of the bond company, and this is similar to the projects, if you know, on 75 and 56, where they walked off the overpass and the bond company had to supply the person, and now you see work there. Know from going to Orlando this weekend, they're working there, but they walked off that job and left the half-finished overpass. So if we don't see substantial things within a week of getting things going to meet that deadline, I'm ready to go forward and get the bond company to get this company out here to finish the job.
Well, let me just follow up on that. We would deal with a bond company, but I guess this is a question for the city attorney. We would have to take formal action for that to occur. Is that correct?
Yeah, we're already in contact with the surety. They already understand. They're the ones also asking that the contractor be given a little bit more time. So they're well aware of the fact that if that contractor does not perform, that they're going to have to mobilize.
Okay,
yeah.
But if we get to the point where the staff is suggesting nothing is happening, maybe we should terminate the contract. That would have to be a formal action on our part. Is that correct?
Well, staff would be working on it behind the scenes. So you wouldn't be canceling the contract. What you'd be doing is
but the bond company would fill in the blanks on what's needed?
They would have to provide a contractor, and they would, I don't know how long that'll take, two months to a year to finish the work, because they're going to have to bring in a contractor from the outside. So there is going to be a little bit of delay. We don't know how much time that'll take, but we will immediately be in touch with the surety and get them moving as quickly as possible. They're going to want to mitigate their expenses too, so they're going to want to move quickly.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, Vice Mayor Carr, at the proper time, I'd like to amend my motion to add that condition of having Mr. Robertson, city manager, come back in 30 days and make a report to us. I understand you're going to take a look at it in 1 week. I could say 1 week, but I think you're going to need a little more time to figure out what you need to do. So, and the bond company and everybody else. So,
all right, this is the time to do it. So,
I move to amend my motion to approve on the and add a 30-day condition to that, where Mr. Robertson, the city manager, would come back and report to us the status of the project.
is that just like via email, or do you want them to come to the board? Do you want them to come to the board at a meeting, or do you want it via email or something along those lines?
I'm sorry, say it again.
Would you like the status update to be via email, or would you like to come back before the board?
Publicly, because the residents are going to need to know.
I want to make sure there's
too.
clarity on that.
Yeah, I mean, not just the folks here, but the ones that are actually affected. So, thank you.
So really, you want it to come back on the 21st? Because that's the last meeting of this board.
Well,
it might not be.
Give them a month, and regardless, it's still.
Yeah. So I'm wondering. So that would be the end of April then, that you would have an actual meeting, right?
Would it be board? As far as a specific date, or I'm not sure I understand what.
I don't know. You said 30 days or a month, and I'm just saying at the end of April is longer than a month. So, do you want to say by the end of April they come back?
30 days. I'll leave it up to the city manager to.
I think what they're saying, 30 days is going to be the ceremonial meeting, the 12th, which is usually not items on there if they want to report then. So the next available one would be the 26th.
That's good. Thank you. Move to have the city manager and Mr. Robertson come back April 26th with a status report.
Second.
Okay, roll call.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Yes.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Commissioner Terrapini?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Carr?
Yes. Okay, we're going to move on to item number 7, settlement of code enforcement liens. Charles E. Burrows, Sr., City Attorney.
Thank you. I've got tonight a settlement offer from the Burrows family to settle 5 code enforcement liens on a number of different properties. Give you there's a little bit of background in the packet. I want to briefly go over some of these cases. So the oldest case first, in October of 2017, the Code Enforcement Board found the property located at 510 Triplet Street in violation of Sections 8-40, which is failure to maintain private property and nuisance prohibitions, as well as a building code violation for overgrowth and a dilapidated structure. The Code Enforcement Board issued a fine. That fine totals $2,650 because of the time required to bring it into compliance by Mr. Burrows. That was followed by another code enforcement case in March of 2018 where the Code Enforcement Board found the property, a different property located at 711 South Distant Avenue in violation of similar code sections, failure to maintain the property and nuisance prohibitions for trash and debris, unlicensed vehicles, tractors stored on the property, a collapse of the rear porch. There was a fine established in that case because of the lack of activity and bringing it into compliance timely. The fine in that case was $25,175. In January of 2019, the Code Enforcement Board found the property at 510 Triplet Street in violation again of Sections 8-40, failure to maintain private property, and 8-52, nuisance prohibitions for overgrown lot, Brazilian peppers, trash and debris, trees not trimmed, and unlicensed vehicle. There was a fine associated with that code enforcement case in the amount of $1,375. In November of 2019, the Code Enforcement Board found the property located at 211 East Lime Street in repeat violation of Sections 8-22 and 8-52. There was a $90 fine associated with that code enforcement action. The most recent case was in March of 2020. The Code Enforcement Board found a different property, that property located at 207 East Lime Street in violation of the 8-22, accumulation of trash, 8-40, failure to maintain private property, 8-52. This is a property that a homeless camping was being conducted on the property, tents on the property, trash and debris. There was a fine associated with that code enforcement case in the amount of $442.20. These 5 code enforcement cases over the past 4 or 5 years total $33,241.10 as of February 28th of this year. With that being said, there's been an offer to settle these 5 code enforcement liens for $15,000. The offer came from Carla Burrows, the daughter of Mr. Burrows. Keeping in mind that this settlement of these 5 code enforcement liens don't address 2 other liens on the properties that were owned by Mr. Burrows. There is a property located at 715 South Distant Avenue, which currently has a code enforcement lien of $176,685. This is for dilapidated structure in the property which needs to be demolished before that can be brought into compliance. It does also not include a utility lien on these properties in the amount of $17,638.74 for unpaid utilities. So I'm asking for your authorization to accept $15,000 of the 5 code enforcement liens that I cited in total for outstanding liens in the amount of $33,241.10. I will let you know that I did have conversations with Ms. Burrows about the other 2 liens. They wanted to get these 5 addressed first, and then they're going to address the other 2 liens following. It's my understanding that the property located at 715 South Distant Avenue, which has the big code enforcement lien, will be demolished and the structure removed. That will bring that property into compliance. And then, if that was not a repeat case, it can come back before the Code Enforcement Board for a fine reduction request if the Burrows family wants to do that. It has always been my position that utility liens never be reduced. And I think that that's been the position of the city for as long as I've been involved with the city, since 1996. So we would expect the water or utility lien in the amount of $17,638.74 to be paid in full. If the $15,000 settlement offer is accepted, I would be waiting for the check. Once the check clears, I would be issuing or preparing the release of lien, which would be signed by the city manager and then recorded. Then the Burrows family could move forward with whatever actions that they're taking with regard to selling these properties or doing something with them other than in their current state. I would tell you that it's my understanding that Mr. Burrows has passed away. I don't know that for sure. If the family members are here tonight, they may be able to address that. But I wanted to let you know that that this offer would stand whether or not Mr. Burrows was alive. So long as the $15,000 was paid by the family, it's still my advice to you to use that as a full settlement of those 5 code enforcement liens that I've got addressed in the memo. In the backup, you'll see photographs of how bad these properties were at the time when they were cited, as well as the progress reports for each code enforcement case, so you can see how much activity was required by Mr. Burrows to bring the property into compliance, and how many notices were sent to Mr. Burrows to get the properties into compliance before they actually were cited. Significant amount of cases against Mr. Burrows. And although these are only 5 cases here, my experience in representing the Code Enforcement Board since 1996, this is just a small selection of cases that Mr. Burrows has had against him over the years. There have been significant code enforcement cases. But my opinion and my advice, based upon direction from city staff, is to accept the $15,000 offer. So it's here for your consideration tonight. I'm happy to answer any questions about the cases.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to public comment first, and then we'll come to questions and board comments. Do we have any public comments on these items? If you'd like to speak on this item, you can come to the microphone. Okay. Seeing none, do we have Commissioner Terrapini?
Yeah, I just, seeing that the family's here, at least I think y'all are the family, right? No, Mr. Burrows' family? Okay. Well, I just wanted to say that I had the opportunity to know Mr. Burrows a little bit, and he was definitely a unique man and had all kinds of great stories from back in the day in Tarpon Springs. And although he has been, or his properties have been before code enforcement boards for many, many years, I would say that, first of all, to the family, that, offer condolences for his passing, and also accept the amount to settle of $15,000.
Sorry, I needed a motion before comment.
Motion to approve the settlement of $15,000.
Second.
Okay. Any comments?
No, I just want to extend my condolences to the Burrows family. I knew Mr. Burrows way back when I was city manager, and I agree he's one of the people that made Tarpon Springs what it is, good or bad, and we're all in this together. We all had our own experiences, and sometimes hard times are hard, sometimes they're not so hard. So he's just, like I said, he's going to create a little bit of a void in Tarpon Springs, but I'm supportive of this, and I wish the family well to get the rest of the issues ironed out concerning the property. Thank you.
Thanks. Roll call.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Yes.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Commissioner Terrapini?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Carr?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, City Attorney, for finalizing that one. Item number 8 is proposal to rename city parks to honor various families and individuals. This was my item. This was on the last agenda. We didn't make it to our last meeting, so it was put on this agenda for discussion. At the end of the day, we've got a lot of parks and city buildings and recreation areas and preserves around the city of Tarpon Springs. We also have a significant amount of history in Tarpon Springs that I believe individuals and families need to be honored. I think this is a start of something that we can do as a holistic approach to the entire city buildings, recreation areas, city fields, and so on. With this proposal, I've got 4 different families that I'm asking to be represented as renaming parks. The first one I want to talk about is pertains to the property at the west end of Tarpon Avenue at the top of the bayou where the clock is. And that was a property that the city purchased based off a referendum that was approved by the residents. And part of that negotiations, the city manager discussed with Mr. Hoffman, who went into the contract with the city, that the city would honor his parents by putting some type of nameplate recognition on the property. What the proposal is to call that Ed and Jane Hoffman Square. That's to codify what the city manager agreed to in the agreement with the pricing. Mr. Hoffman did reduce the price a good amount of the piece of property to the city for that acknowledgement that the city manager had followed through with that. There's three other individuals or families I'd like to recognize here. And again, this isn't an entire list. We have a lot of great people in Tarpon Springs. We've got a lot of parks, we've got a lot of buildings, we've got a lot of areas we could name. But one I want to bring up is Carol Martin and her father, Mr. Ellis. Mr. Ellis is known throughout the city well before I was around. I had a chance to know Ms. Martin through the kind heart that she had. They're big business individuals in the community. They supported the community for many years. They did a lot of giving that we didn't see without their names associated with it. They helped out a lot of people in our city, and I think it deserves a chance to honor their family. With that one, I'm asking for that to be at North Anclote Preserve. And just another follow-up real quick before I continue further. There is a guideline on how to follow what needs to be done. This was passed in 1996 by the Board of Commission at the time. I'm not sure if you remember it. But it was identifying the park. If it's named already, seek guidance from the Historical Society. Suitability for the name of the park, a list of accomplishments and good services to the community. The individual cannot be alive, but it can be a family name. Name must be adopted by ordinance, which means it has to be in 2 different readings. And property owners must be notified within 200 feet, and then background search to make sure that the name isn't offensive. Ms. Martin finished her days on the Anclote River, just down the road, so I think that is a fitting area on the North Anclote Preserve. Again, we don't have to get rid of the North Anclote Preserve. It could be Carol Martin Ellis Anclote Preserve or something along those lines. The third one I'm asking for tonight is the Pappas family. In the backup, you'll see there's a significant amount of information about the Pappases. Louis Pappas and his wife Flora settled and opened Pappas Restaurant. This is in the early 1900s. Also known where they created the world-renowned Greek salad with a potato salad in it. Also, in 1975, they opened the 46,000 square foot restaurant, which was built and run by the sons and grandsons until 2002 when it was sold. They employed 300 people and fed over 12 million people and had a large impact on the economy. Growing up, it wasn't when someone would stop in the street, they wouldn't say, "Do you know where the Sponge Docks is?" That's what's said today. They would ask, "Where's Pappas is at?" And they would say, "Pappas's." They would mispronounce it often. So it was an iconic area for people to visit. People knew the Pappas name for many, many years. They would come to Tarpon for that restaurant specifically. I think the city owes it to the Pappas family to honor them with a park naming. The park I'm recommending is North Safford Park. That's the one across the street from the dog park. And the reason for that is that the close proximity to the Sponge Docks, and that's the reason for the suggestion. And then the fourth one pertains to Robert Gause. A little bit of information about Mr. Gause is he was born in 1920 in Wall Springs. He graduated from Tarpon Springs High School in 1938. At age 22, he enlisted in the Army, served in World War II. He was a quartermaster on the USS Indianapolis when it departed and delivered parts of the atomic bomb, which ended the war. I misspoke, it's not World War II. Let's see, 6 days after delivering the bomb components, the ship was torpedoed and sank. Nearly 1,200 men aboard, and Gause was one of the 317 survivors. He's a recipient of the Purple Heart and also a later recipient of the Congressional Gold Medal of Honor, awarded to the crew of the USS Indianapolis in July of 2020. He did move back to Tarpon, raise a family here. He's a local war hero, and I do believe he's also a local businessman. He opened up multiple businesses in Tarpon Springs, was a civic leader, city commissioner, and philanthropist as well. And with that, the proposal is to look at Riverside Park. I don't know any other history other than Riverside Park, that it sits on Riverside Road. and it has Riverside Field, we've always referred it to growing up. But it'd be something along the lines of Bob Gauze Park or Robert Gauze Park, and then the Riverside Field would remain the same as Riverside Field. And then you also have the tennis courts and the playgrounds too that can be named as some additional options in the future. With that, that's the quick presentation and kind of summary of the backup. I would like to ask the board for their comments and consideration of these 4 parks or areas to be renamed after these families of Tarpon Springs. Before we go to board comment, I need to go to public comment.
Good evening, Lucianne Robinson, 948 Bayshore Drive. I do not question the value that any of these 4 individuals or families have added to our community, both with direct contributions to Tarpon Springs and to the world at large. I would urge you to go very slowly with this project. I would like to see a study group, an ad hoc committee, involvement of a really broad-based community group, historians, the Historical Society, neighborhood groups. We're an old town with rich traditions, chock full of people who have made great contributions. I think we have a finite number of parks, and renaming is forever. So I would just urge going very slowly with a lot of study and consideration. Thank you.
Thanks.
Good evening, Anita Protus, 901 Bayshore Drive. These are worthy people, but I don't think that you should pick the people who they would be named after. Also, when parks are built, sometimes when you use state funds or federal funds, you cannot rename them or put names on them. So you need to look into that unless it's changed, because when I was mayor, you couldn't do it. And I'd like to ask you, what about Mayor Webster, whose picture's up here in the hallway? Mayor Douglas, Brooks, Mayor Young, Howard, they all gave. Baynard, Lalekas, Chirakas, who brought St. Pete College here so that our children on the north end of the county could get an education. Bill Lane, who was here for many, many years. How about Dr. Clough, who assisted Dr. Bernard in the first heart surgery, taught him, and after they did the heart transplant, went all over the world, people knew he was in Tarpon Springs. What about Dr. Clough and Dr. Thompson, who first made Tarpon Hospital what it is today? What about Commissioner Vaticiotis' father, who discovered a shell that's in the Smithsonian Institute now, a museum, and people hear about it from Tarpon Springs and they come? These are things. You need to work with the Historical Society, and I agree with Mrs. Robinson, what we have to have. You have to look at these names. Right now, it's causing a fury in the community. I'll tell you that. And people say, well, what about when 5 men, Peter DeLacus' grandfather, and 5 men in Tarpon, your grandfather, Mr. Tulamaris, and others, got together, went to Tallahassee to start the Bank of Tarpon because they would not give loans to the Greek people, and they were hauling them to the Maritime Bank in Tampa and to the Bank of Clearwater. There's so much history here, you've got to look at it, you know, and everybody has given to this community. I'm not saying the ones you've picked aren't worthy, but you've got to do it the right way, and you've got to change your ordinance. I'm getting them from around historical communities throughout the South and out West. They don't name people's names in developments or on streets, and they have a tight program about naming buildings. But you're in a smaller community, and you should need to be very, very cautious with what you do with naming buildings and parks. And if we had to borrow money or get grants for these parks, make sure you can put names on them before you go do something like that.
Thank you.
Mike Geisler, 1515 Riverside Drive. I was listening to what Lucianne Robinson said, and I agree verbatim. This is something that's bigger than just any one commissioner should be bringing about to discuss amongst commissioners. I've been up here a number of times, and I've said a commissioner should make a decision for what a board decides to propose. Commissioners shouldn't be bringing something and then making the decision on it. So I also agree with Anita just said as well. This is a bigger decision. I don't know the people, so I have nothing against the people. I'm sure they're fine, great people, but I just don't think that's something that a single commissioner brings to a commission. I definitely think it should be a board decision from a committee, an ad hoc committee, and then you guys can make the decision on whether you agree or disagree at that point. I also think you should take it a little bit slow and try to do, one park. I just feel like it's a very aggressive grab, and I don't understand why this is being done with 1 or 2 visits left on the commission. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
My name is Annie Dabbs. I reside at 803 South Distance Avenue. And I wanted to say about this project, it is a big project. I think it's too big for one person's input or 2 people. I agree with Anita. It's a broad project, and there are many, many people in Tarpon Springs who have contributed to the growth and development and did many things here. There has to be chosen with great care, perhaps going through the Historic Society, looking deeper into what the contribution was. But I hope that it could be done in a different way and that it could include all of Tarpon Springs, not just a few, because we have a diverse group of people here in Tarpon Springs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Peter Lax, 514 Ashland Avenue. Process. As you briefly brought up, there is already a process that's been in place, and all of a sudden there's a whole procedure going through there. Why does that process not available for those who wish to make these name changes? Process. The Vice Mayor referred to information in the agenda, in the backup. Again, you go to the backup, nothing in there. You guys have it on your computer screens, so we're really not seeing the meat of what you're trying to show. As it was recommended, and maybe this is an opportunity for reviewing the ordinance and finding a way to incorporate some of the suggestions that were made and how to go about this process. And as it was kind of mentioned, it's kind of coming up here right before a new board may be coming in, but why now and why these families? I have nothing against the Hoffmans. They designed front of my grandfather's building across from Baynard's Pharmacy. I used to play with all the kids. We'd go up to Jane and Ed's house up on Bayshore. I grew up with the Pappases, both Lukey's and Jackie's kids. So I know them. I know the contributions they've made. But as it's been pointed out, and I don't know how Mr. Gauze rises up to the level of some of the other people that have contributed, and I think that's what a committee or a group, the Historical Preservation Group, working with our Heritage Preservation, somehow to find a way to recognize certain people in certain ways. And then, as it was mentioned, why throwing out 3 places all at once? Maybe that group would, at some point, recommend certain places that are fitting for whatever names they come up to. But this process of bringing it up now, and for those who are being recommended, I wonder if it's, I'll say it, pandering. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment on this item?
Need to go to public hearing.
We have to finish this item first. As a reminder, it's 7:30, but we will finish this item per discussion with the city attorney. Once this item is completed, we'll move to the ordinances and resolutions on the agenda item. Seeing no additional public comment, we'll move to the board. You have a motion?
Motion to defer.
Second for discussion.
You have a date for deferral?
Not really. I mean, my comments are kind of based on the procedural thing, so I just think that it's probably best to table this. But, you know, we can discuss it.
Okay, that's fine.
It would be a motion to table, though, since there's no date certain.
Okay. Motion to table.
Okay. Second.
All right, amend the motion to table.
All right. Second. Do you have any comments? Commissioner Terrapiani?
Sure. You know, I'll keep it brief. I agree with most of what the speaker said. You know, Vice Mayor, I definitely want to, you know, thank you for trying to always be forward-thinking and honoring, you know, Tarpon Springs and its sons and daughters. Obviously, you know, all of these people are qualified in my mind in terms of recognition. Fortunate enough to know them all. But, you know, in a nutshell, there's many others. I don't think that renaming parks is the best way to go about it. Maybe, you know, new parks or things of that nature would be more palatable. But, you know, it's definitely, it needs to be more comprehensive than, you know, members of the commission just selecting it. Although, again, they're all worth recognizing, in my opinion. But there's definitely others to be recognized, and I think that, you know, this commission deciding this solely is not good. Optics aren't good, and I think that there needs to be, you know, more of a comprehensive approach, especially as it relates to the procedure and how you go about this, and also consider what I said about not renaming, but new namings would probably be better. Thank you.
Commissioner Donovan.
Yeah, I want to thank you, Vice Mayor, for bringing this up. I think everybody here agrees that we need some sort of process to memorialize people that have contributed to our city. So I thank you as a step in the right direction. These criteria were passed in 1996, which was the year I was born. So I do not remember this criteria being passed. But this is why that's so important to memorialize people, is that right around 1996, when this was passed, there was discussion around Discovery Park and the name John Flattop, who is the founder of Tarpon Football and Junior Spongers, did a ton for our youth community. And the park ended up not being named after him, but they did a memorial bench at the front of the park. So any kid that grew up playing Junior Spongers football or Tarpon FC soccer knows the name John Flattop. So I don't know what it looks like, whether it's, you know, memorial benches or memorial trees. I definitely think it's important. I definitely think these people are worthy. But again, we have a finite amount of parks and so many people to recognize, not just now, but, you know, 100 years from now, I'm sure there'll be new names on this list. So I think it's a step in the right direction, and I absolutely want to memorialize names. How we go about it, though, I think we can get a little bit more accessible and equitable with memorial benches at these parks and stuff like that.
Thanks. Commissioner Vaticiotis.
Yeah, thank you. You mentioned the ordinance that we have on the books was created in 1996, and that was when I was city manager, and that was created with regard to the Jasmine Sports Complex, but it wasn't for the naming of the sports complex. It was for the purpose of establishing a memorial. And Ms. Robinson speaks very wisely, because that's the advice I gave the commission back then, that actually the people that came forward and requested that there needs to be, when you do something like this, there needs to be unanimity on the commission. You don't want a 3-2, you don't want a 4-1, you want unanimity. You want that to be a representation of the entire community wants that. And, or else, I'm not sure the word optics was used. I don't know that that's a good word, but there isn't that feeling of warmth and associated with something like this. I do believe and that ordinance was created as a result of that issue that occurred back then, and I can tell you there's still some hard feelings in Tarpon Springs over that within the family, and I really regret that, and I wish things were different, but that's just the way the commission voted back then. And I can get into the details, but it's not worth going over that. I do believe that the ordinance needs to be updated. I've got some ideas, but that's not for tonight. I believe the 4 families that you mentioned are well-deserving families, as are many other families, and I'm not sure what process that we should create. Again, that's for a discussion for a different evening, but I don't think that at this point we're ready to, I'm not ready to move forward with something like this. And I don't want to get specifics. I have great respect for each of the families. The Pappases actually grew up with many of the family members very close, and we still maintain that friendship, although we don't see each other as often as we do. I do have that friendship with them. Mr. and Ms. Hoffman are the essence of gentleness. I remember them with their electric canoe and their outboard motor, so I still think they exude gentleness in the community. Mr. Goss, he's a war hero. I have utmost respect for Mr. Robert Goss. I remember the Goss Lumber Company used to accompany my uncles when we'd go get wood there to fix some of the boats down at the Sponge Docks. We'd go to and I'd always see him there. And then, of course, Mr. Ellis and Carol, his daughter. I did a lot of consulting for Mrs. Martin, so I'm very familiar with her, and I have a great deal of respect for her and the family itself. But I do want to just have this discussion as far as where do we go from here for a different evening. The last point I wanted to make is that I would have suggested that we don't do anything unless we've got a full board, which would include the mayor being here. And that would have been my first comment, that perhaps if we wanted to pursue this, to defer it until the mayor was here as well. I feel strongly about the mayor being here. He's the head of the city. He does the dedications, the commemorations, everything ceremonial he's involved in. I think his participation in this sort of discussion is very important, but he's not here this evening. So I'm not ready to make a decision on anything this evening with regard to this, and at the proper time I'll shed some more insight as far as the issues that we've had in the past with naming facilities, buildings, parks, and so forth. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a couple comments. I appreciate everyone speaking tonight. I didn't make up the process. I'm just following what the current ordinances are and the guidelines are. It's clear tonight the board wants to move this forward to another time, and I'm looking forward to championing this on the next board and finding a resolution to honor our past residents and honor the different families that are here. I think it's an exciting thing. I think it's something we should all celebrate. Ms. Protus, past mayor, brought up a lot of great people. We've had a lot of great individuals that have been through our city. Obviously, being established in the late 1800s, you're going to have a lot of history here. The biggest thing I brought this up is I don't want to lose history. And doing this, when you name cities, or I'm sorry, when you name parks, when you name buildings, when you name sports fields, you keep that history. When you play in the fields, when you drive by it, when you reference a name, there's a name to it and there's a reason for it. And so when you name a park, when you name a building, we should be putting a plaque next to it with some information on it. And so with that, I'm excited. When the new board comes up, we'll work on the process with the updated ordinance, and we'll find a solution to do this. And I think it's going to be something that's great for Tarpon Springs for many years. So we have a motion to table. I do have a question for the city manager. You did make a commitment as part of the negotiations with Mr. Hoffman about that property.
That was to put a plaque on there, yeah.
Put the plaque on there? Okay. Is there a plaque out there?
Not yet.
Okay. And I think there's also some piece of property out at Sunset Beach that was donated to the city as well, too, on the north side, to reference someone's name that came up maybe like 4 or 5 years ago.
And I believe we have something out there.
There's something out there? Okay.
Yes.
All right. Can you give me an update on the plaque and what the status is on that?
Okay.
And roll call.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
May we have the motion again, repeat the motion. Motion to table?
This to
Yes.
table.
Yes.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Commissioner Terrapini?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Carr?
Yes. Okay, so now we wrapped up that item. We're after 7:30. We're going to go to item number 16, and this is the ordinances resolutions. Item 16 is ordinance 2021-17, building permit fees. City manager.
The second reading, I think there's been some changes. I'll have Kevin note if he has anything new on the second reading on this item.
I need to read the title.
Okay.
So if I can do that first. So this is ordinance 2021-17, an ordinance of the City of Tarpon Springs, Florida, amending section 6-4.1 of Chapter 6 of the Code of Ordinances to update the fees for building permits, small scope single trade permits not requiring plan review, including building, mechanical, electrical, plumbing, and fuel/gas, re-roof permits, site permits, tree removal permits, and inspection fees, floodplain permits, expired permits and refunds, administrative fees, technology fees, state fees, fees for other services, after-the-fact permit fees, re-inspection fees, and private provider fees, providing for building permit fee exemptions, providing for conflict, providing for severability, providing for codification, and providing for the effective date of this ordinance. That was the second final reading of ordinance 2021-17 by title only. This was published in the Tampa Bay Times by title only on February 23rd, 2022.
Thank you. Good evening, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Kevin Powell, Building Development Director. The only thing that changed from the first reading was to make the correction from the 80 square feet to the 100 square feet for the permit exemption. And Commissioner Vaticiotis did point out one area that I had to fix. I did a cut and paste and put it in there, so I did go ahead and adjust that so it does match the chart now. Okay. Other than that, everything else is the same, pending any questions. Great.
Do we have any public comments on this item? Seeing none, do we have any, I need a motion on the board.
No approved. Second.
Do we have comments? Seeing none, roll call.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Yes.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Commissioner Terrapini?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Carr?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kevin. Moving on to number 17. This is resolution 2022-05, application 20-15, site plan approval. Let's see, City Attorney, can you read the title and the quasi-judicial swearing in?
Yes, Vice Mayor, this is Resolution 2022-05, a resolution of the City of Tarpon Springs, Florida, approving application 20-150, requesting site plan approval for Gemini Storage to construct an outdoor storage facility for boats and recreational vehicles on 1.56 acres, more or less, located on the northeast corner of South Safford Avenue and Mears Boulevard in the Intensive Business IB zoning district, providing for findings, providing for conditions, and providing for an effective date. That was a reading of Resolution 2022-05 by title only. This is a quasi-judicial proceeding, so I'm going to read the procedures that we're going to use tonight on this. This is a quasi-judicial proceeding where the Board of Commissioners acts in a quasi-judicial rather than a legislative capacity. At a quasi-judicial hearing, it is not the board's function to make law, but rather to apply law that has already been established. In a quasi-judicial hearing, the board is required by law to make findings of fact based upon the evidence presented at the hearing and apply those findings of fact to previously established criteria contained in the Code of Ordinances in order to make a legal decision regarding the application before it. The board may only consider evidence at this hearing that the law considers competent, substantial, and relevant to the issues. If the competent, substantial, and relevant evidence at the hearing demonstrates that the applicant has met the criteria established in the Code of Ordinances, then the board is required by law to find in favor of the applicant. By the same token, if the competent, substantial, and relevant evidence at the hearing demonstrates the applicant has failed to meet the criteria established in the Code of Ordinances, then the board is required by law to find against the applicant. Before we move on to swearing in any of the witnesses, I want to ask any of the commissioners whether they have any conflicts of interest that they want to disclose or ex parte communications. Anyone?
No.
Seeing none. Everyone that's going to speak at this hearing tonight, if you could stand up, raise your right hand, I'm going to swear you under oath. Anyone that's going to speak. You swear that the testimony I'm about to give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Okay, thank you. It's a staff presentation at this point, Vice Mayor.
Good evening, Vice Mayor and Commissioners. Renee Vincent, Planning Director. This is application 20-150 for property that's located at the northeast intersection of Mears Boulevard and Safford Avenue. And there's a location map just for context. This is the site. The request is for, this is a site plan review application, so the request is to review this project as a permitted use, being a request of the applicant for boat and recreational vehicle storage on the property that contains a little over 1.5 acres. So this would be an uncovered outdoor storage facility for up to 72 boats and RVs. The property has an intensive business zoning district designation and a commercial general future land use map designation. So just talking through the site plan a bit. Again, this is it's an open boat and RV storage area. The applicant currently had proposed, or originally proposed, solid fencing in the area shown in yellow. So along the right-of-way here, and as well as in the Safford Avenue right-of-way. And then had proposed chain link fencing here. We'll talk more about that in a bit. And so you just have basically, you do have some paved parking spaces being added for visitor parking. But the rest of the spaces that you see and the drive aisles and everything are existing, I'll say impervious surface that's been created over time. I'll talk more about that. You also have a situation here where this area that's shaded in this greenish color, this is a historical wetland area that has been filled, and not by this particular developer, but it is a situation that needs to be rectified. The proposed entrance comes off of Safford. As you may know, there's a stormwater facility here, so they would have to put culverts through here to access the site. And there's also a surface stream or water body along here as well that will also be culverted underneath. They do have proposed plantings along Safford Avenue as well as along the buffer with the property to the north, and some plantings along the rear edge of the property. This area here is identified as a wetland buffer enhancement plan with some extensive plantings. That is part of the mitigation for the wetland impact areas. This is the site plan overlaying on over the aerial photo. This is not very legible, but it might be a good reference when we get into discussion. I've already talked a little bit about the landscape plan. There's the tree assortment of Dahoon hollies, bald cypress, and sweet bay magnolias. And again, this buffer enhancement plan will contain 26 longleaf pines, 210 smooth cord grass, and 210 wiregrass plantings. So this is an enhanced buffer area along the southern edge of the property. Just some historical aerials. Back in 2000, you can see what the site looked like, and then this is the 2018 aerial. So clearly, there have been some alterations on the site over time, and just some site condition photographs. Again, this is kind of the existing wetland area. You can see the surface water there. On the site itself, you can see this is the type of compacted surface that exists. So it's a mixture of what's visible, kind of crushed concrete, millings, and things of that nature, along with some herbaceous coverage, and existing grasses on the site. So under our site plan review criteria, and I'm going to go a little bit off of the presentation here as I talk through this. So under the Land Development Code, staff contends that the intent of this use as a permitted use by right isn't met. We also have some concerns with the parking lot design standards and the screening standards. With respect to the comprehensive plan, we do think it's inconsistent with the future land use policy 2.4.3, which is the commercial general land use district. I'll go into more detail in a moment, as well as the coastal management policy 1.1.1 that addresses how you deal with required wetland mitigation on a site. We don't see any issues with the concurrency management, and if it does get approved, we think it can meet any required building codes. There's not much building that's going to be on the site. So I want to kind of go off the script a little bit here and talk about the land use and the zoning, the comprehensive plan, as well as the countywide plan. So as I said, the property is zoned intensive business, and the intensive business intent statement reads, is to establish, to provide for areas of intense commercial activity involving major repair services, extensive outdoor storage, or the display of vehicles, heavy equipment, or material, and to provide for light manufacturing where permitted by the comprehensive plan. So all of those things need to come under that, where permitted by the comprehensive plan. The IB district is kind of interesting. There's not a lot of it left in the city. Sometimes it has an underlying land use of industrial. In this instance, it has an underlying land use of commercial general. So we need to take all that into consideration when looking at the site plan. So under the permitted, and nowhere really do we have boat and RV storage as a permitted use really listed or called out. So it typically ends up being somehow classified along with warehouse, mini storage, things of that nature. So mini warehouse is a permitted use in the district. Other things that might be comparable, vehicle repairs and vehicle sales and rentals, are also permitted. Motor pool facilities are conditional. So there's not a bright line as to whether or not this is permitted or conditional. My fallback in the instances where that is usually to try to bring them through as a conditional use for the board's consideration. The applicant has specifically asked that this be considered as a permitted use. The other criteria under the intensive business district that is applicable here is under the design criteria number 11, it says outdoor storage shall comply with section 57.00. That is our outdoor storage section of the code. So referring to going to that section of the code, subparagraph F there does say outdoor storage. First, it does talk about it has to be approved by site plan, so that's the process that we're in. But it says outdoor storage within the commercial general future land use map category shall comply with outdoor storage limitations for various uses as prescribed in the Pinellas County countywide plan rules. And this is where this was not clearly stated in the agenda packet, so I want to talk about it now with you to make sure that it is in the record. So this property under the countywide plan is designated as retail and services. So the closest permitted use under the use characteristics in that retail and services category would be storage/warehouse/distribution light. And then when you go to their definitions for that specific category, storage/warehouse/distribution light, it says a use devoted primarily to the storage or distribution of goods, materials, or equipment. Such use shall be located within an enclosed building, and any exterior storage or distribution area shall be incidental to and not exceed 20% of the area of the building to which it's accessory. So taking all that into consideration, I have a hard time recommending approval, and we're not recommending approval of this as an open storage facility for boats, and that's the rationale behind the staff recommendation there. So I don't beat that to death anymore. So as we stated, the staff recommendation is denial based on not meeting the intent of the commercial general future land use map category. I would also add the countywide plan map and rules as part of that rationale as well. Does not comply with the wetland mitigation analysis requirements. I do want to call attention to, you have a two-page handout in front of you that was added this evening. They have responded to that and at least provided a rationale for why they want to go directly to the third option under the mitigation, which is to basically purchase credits with a mitigation bank. In addition to, obviously, they're doing the wetland buffer planting there on the proposed site plan. So I would enter that into the record. They have addressed that. And I've already talked about the intent of the warehouse use and the intent of the business district. The parking lot standards, our concern with this, while our engineers of record have reviewed it from a drainage perspective, and they're looking at it really from the perspective of nothing's really changing on the site. So the only thing, with the exception of the entrance and looking at the impacts on how the existing stormwater facility, and they've been found, the plan that's as proposed does not adversely affect that, so it's acceptable. We do have a requirement in the land development code that says parking shall be, of a permanent all-weather surface that drains appropriately to a stormwater facility. And the discussion point that we've had is, this is the site's been historically filled, and their own geotechnical report, and that I did send out to the board earlier today, does indicate that there are areas on this property where the seasonal high groundwater table is within 2 feet of the surface of the property that boats will be being parked on. And so without some sort of a paved surface that truly does get any oils and greases or anything like that to a drainage facility where that is treated, I don't have a lot of insurance that that's still not going to be going into could be going into the underground water table there and affecting eventually what goes into an impaired water body. So I'll leave that to them to address more fully. That is the staff concern with that. I do want to state, however, conversely, we have had other boat facilities approved in the past where we did not require a paved surface. So I do want to be respectful of what has been done in the past. But in this instance, we have a very specific situation where wetlands have been filled and now they want to park on top of them, and you have a groundwater table that's been identified where you could have an impact. So the screening standards, I think, have largely been addressed through the Planning and Zoning Board. They did agree to put solid opaque screening on all 4 sides of the property. We really wanted that along the southern edge, specifically to prevent any further encroachments. So we want it right adjacent to where the storage is going to be. So I believe that's what they've agreed to, and I'll point out what I'm saying here. So originally there was not proposed to have any type of a fence along this southern edge of the property. As part of the Planning and Zoning Board review, that has been agreed to, and it is a condition of approval. And we did not want it down here. We want it, because we're trying to create a bright line where there's not going to be further encroachment into this buffer area. So should the board decide that you do wish to approve the project as presented by the applicant, we do have a list of 14 conditions. In the interest of time, I'm not going to go through all of these. Hopefully you have read them. The planning and condition number 5, which requires was to require the installation of an 8-foot high solid fence along the west, south, and east limits of the project. They already had it along the, actually we didn't require it along the north. The Planning and Zoning Board changed that to 6 foot, so that was a recommended change. So at the Planning and Zoning Board, they did review this. They had a lot of good discussion. Ultimately, they did recommend approval by a vote of 3-2, and did recommend that the condition number 5 be amended to require the applicant to install a solid opaque fence of at least 6 feet in height along the storage lot perimeter on the east, west, and south sides of the property. So with that, I'll stop and I'll answer questions at the appropriate time during the hearing. Thank you.
Now's the time. Any commissioner have a question of Ms. Vincent? Commissioner Terrapini.
Thank you. Ms. Vincent, so this piece of property, although it's very close, is not in the special area plan, correct?
Correct.
And your opinion is there's some, let's just say, inconsistencies as it relates to zoning and land use for what the applicant is trying to do as it relates to a permitted use?
Yes.
And you advise them that it would probably be in their best interest to apply for a conditional use?
That's what we asked them to do, yes. We recommend it be a conditional use.
And do you have any idea, I guess, might be a question for the applicant?
I would defer to the applicant.
Okay, gotcha. So can you talk a little bit, you spoke a little bit about the screening standards not being met. And you communicated that to the applicant and they didn't provide any additional backup or try and meet those screening standards?
The original site plan that the site plan that went forward, let me get back to it here, provided for solid fencing along this portion of the site and solid fencing along this portion of the site. This was to be chain link. This we're not as concerned about because of the use to the north. It's basically like for like type of use. They did not propose, they wanted to basically utilize this as a natural buffer option for screening and didn't think that that it needed to be, felt that the landscaping and the trees and things would, over time, would meet that requirement.
And our code says that that also needs to be screened?
I will say that you can classify something as a natural buffer for screening purposes. Our bigger concern, excuse me, with this area, although you do have a view shot off of Mears Boulevard. If you go drive down there, you're going to have a view into this property more than likely. Our bigger concern really was a hard delineation along this area so that there's no further encroachment. Right now they're proposing parking stops. We had asked for, can you curb all of it so that, we're just really trying to prevent any future encroachment into these areas. They've, came back with the proposed parking stops and wanted to go with the natural buffer with this being, enhancement, buffer area. So, the Planning and Zoning Board did agree that this area should go ahead and be fenced along with an opaque fence at 6 feet along with these areas here.
So is that something that wouldn't, I know that we can make that a condition of approval, right? But is that not something that would require a variance?
No, I think there are options for screening. When you look at our required screening area, it's fencing, an 8-foot buffer, minimum 8-foot buffer, or a 15-foot natural buffer, or a combination of things. So I think you have the latitude, to.
Understood.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yeah, thank you for the presentation, Ms. Vincent. Would you mind just briefly touching on the differences in the process between permitted use and conditional use and kind of what that incentive would be to move forward as permitted?
Under a permitted use, the onus to show compatibility is much less. Basically, it's assumed to be, now you still have, the future land use category element there of, looking at the outdoor storage in the correct context, but the overall use itself, it's not as onerous, as a permitted use. It's presumed to be a use that's permitted in the area, so you get an extra level of review with the conditional use process.
Okay, thank you.
Functionally, there's no different in the time or anything. It's still, the process is the same, but the review, the actual details of the review are more onerous under the conditional use.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the commission? Commissioner Vaticiotis?
I do. I'll just stick to the points. There's a lot of questions I have concerning the site, but for the purposes of this evening, your recommendations for denying, or at least the inconsistencies with the comprehensive plan, one was the, let me get the hard one out of the way first, the future land use element policy, I think 2.4.3, and there's several paragraphs within that, and can you discuss a little bit what your basis was for that?
So under policy 2.4.3, which is the commercial general land use designation, I'll just kind of read through these. The one of question is subparagraph C, where it says intensive commercial uses may be permitted provided they are reviewed for land use compatibility and outdoor storage is restricted or opaquely screened, and then screening shall include landscaping techniques. So, outdoor storage being restricted, and we have taken the view that outdoor storage as the entire use itself is not the intent, that the intent is that it's outdoor storage as accessory to some other, a permitted use that, that would be in a warehouse or in in something that outdoor storage in and of itself is not what the intent of this commercial, of this is. And that's all further backed up by the countywide plan rules.
All right. And then on the coastal management policy 1.1.1, I think that's evaluate all wetland areas.
Yes. Now, I will say, since the staff report was drafted and since the Planning and Zoning Board hearing, we did get they gave us a written, justification. What we did not have was any kind of a justification for immediately jumping to the third option. So there's three options under that policy for dealing with wetland mitigation. The first choice, the first preference is on site. The second preference is within the same drainage basin, and the third is for a mitigation area outside the city or whatever, outside the drainage basin.
Now, this property is under a compliance issue with with SwiftMud. Is that correct?
It is, yes.
Okay, and the reason why is that about 2/10 of an acre of wetland was filled. Is that correct?
I believe that's the correct number. Yes, about 2/10 of an acre.
Okay, and I read this report, and what this report states is that the reason why they're recommending the offsite is because they don't want to give up 4/10 of an acre to do mitigation to reestablish the wetland on site or somewhere else in the city.
Correct.
Okay, so it seems to me that the applicant is asking the city to bear responsibility for something that happened some time ago. Maybe I'm missing something, but there's a compliance issue with SwiftMud.
There is.
We're asking to approve a plan that, if the plan was different, you could do 4/10 of an acre if it was something else, but that's not what we're being asked, right?
Correct.
Okay, all right. And the geotechnical report, you'd prefer that I wait for the applicant to ask any questions
That
on
is
that?
not my strong suit, so yes, I,
All right, that's all I have.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so is the applicant here tonight? And before you make a presentation, do you have any questions of Ms. Vincent? I'm over here, by the way. Do you have any questions of Ms. Vincent before she sits down?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, sir, if you could state your name then, please. Were you sworn in earlier?
I was.
Okay, state your name and your relationship to the applicant, and then make your presentation.
Hi, good evening. My name is David Fuchson. I'm a civil engineer with Fuchson Engineering, here representing the applicant. I would like to speak about a couple of issues which seem to be important based on y'all's discussion and Ms. Vincent's presentation. My client, before they purchased the property, approached the city about what they thought. It wasn't an extensive meeting. I was not there, but they don't recall anything coming up about this being a conditional use for the boat and RV storage. They may have been brought up, but they don't recall that coming up. And I actually, during the permitting effort, I don't really recall that coming up. I've been involved in the project since 2020, and my client purchased the property in the past year in 2019. The wetland impacts were from decades of construction debris being placed on this site. We're not exactly sure when. We've studied the aerials, and it's hard to determine exactly when the majority of it was brought in, but it's been there for quite some time. You can drive a truck around the site. In fact, I only have two aerials from 2017 which show the adjacent use, which is to the north, storing trucks, semi-trucks and on the property, and they still are storing them on their property. Would that be of some use to the commissioners?
If you want to submit that, you can submit that. Would
Okay.
you like to submit it?
Please.
Okay, Renee, could you grab that?
Okay. Well, thank you very much.
So
Yeah,
Vice Mayor, do you want to receive that into evidence then, along with the city staff report?
Yes.
Okay. And if you could just pass it down, Commissioner, when you're done. Sir, you can continue on.
So that aerial shows trucks on the adjacent property to the north, and truck trailers on this property as well. So the surface is very hard. In fact, the geotechnical firm had a very much difficult time trying to drill holes on the site when we sent them out there to do the soil borings. As far as Ms. Vincent's concern about the groundwater being contaminated, well, if we had a conventional parking lot that's paved and we collected the runoff in storm sewers or just let it run off the parking lot into a pond, it would be directly connected to the groundwater immediately. Now, of course, before it discharged into the downstream waters, it would have to sit in the pond, either percolate through the soil or evaporate. So, and then conversely, the existing state of the surface, which took care of trucks for a number of years, is crushed concrete, and the water percolates through the crushed concrete gradually and then into the water table after it receives some treatment. So I think actually this is superior to putting it in a pond where it directly, immediately connects with the groundwater, which the pond level is going to be connected to the groundwater unless it's a lined pond, which is typically not done in this area of Florida. And then lastly, I'd like to state that we are in agreement with the conditions as proposed by staff if in fact you decide to recommend approval, as amended by the Planning and Zoning Board, and that includes the changes in the perimeter buffering. I'd like to now turn it over to another engineer, Richard.
Okay, before we do that, sir, just hang on a second. Any questions from the commission for this witness? Commissioner Vaticiotis.
Were you going to address the geotechnical report?
I'd be happy to.
I've read the report like 3 times. What are the recommendations? It talks about recommendations, but there's no recommendations mentioned.
Typically, they do recommend a pavement surface and base and everything, but in this instance, it's unusual because the existing soils are so stable, they're so firm that, and plus they knew that we weren't going to be paving, so, and also there's no buildings. Perhaps it was something that they overlooked when they were preparing the report, but we weren't looking for recommendations. We were looking for results on what was down there. We wanted to make sure we weren't on a landfill. That would be a very hazardous condition. And we also wanted to know how deep the rock was. And so that's the information that we wanted. We really weren't looking for recommendations on building preparation or for paving.
It talks about a consolidated debris layer, including plywood and other things that they found just from their simple borings. I mean, do you know what's down there? Did you do any excavations beyond what the geotechnical report?
No.
So we really don't know.
No, but it does not appear that it was solid waste. It appears it is construction debris.
Okay. Well, beneath the consolidated layer of debris, there's also a peat. And in the report, they said, and this is where I'm having an issue with a non-paved area where you would actually do some compaction, you would do some testing, and you would make sure that there aren't any problems. You would have basically a permitted surface water treatment for that site. It says here that you should expect in the long term subsidence from the consolidation or the dissipation of the organic, which I'm a former PE, so I understand that a lot of people think that perhaps sometimes sinkholes are sinkholes, which is in fact just organic material that's rotted. So they're saying that from time to time it's going to have to require some fill. And I don't know how the city would be able to monitor that. I know it would be the owner's responsibility, but I don't want to wind up with a project that is, for the sake of a better way of describing it, something that is being put on our backs rather than it being done right to begin with. And so as far as the question goes, do you agree with the findings of this geotechnical report, or you don't?
I do agree with the findings. As far as consolidation, most of that, if it's peat, occurs within the first year or two of the placement of the fill. Now, of course, if it's decaying wood or if there's trees down there decaying, that is going to occur over time. It's going to be gradual, and it should not be something that is going to result in deep depressions. So, I mean, I don't have the same concern. I mean, I respect your opinion, but I think because it's been down there so long, for in some cases 20 years as far as we can tell, that if there's any problem with subsidence, it's already occurred. And my driving around the site a couple times, I don't see any signs of holes anywhere.
Are you proposing any kind of site preparation,
just minimal. There's vegetation, some cases waist high, that needs to be cut down. They may smooth out the surface, but we're not doing any wholesale regrading. We're going to use the material that's there because obviously it supported trucks, so it can certainly support RVs and boats.
Is the material that appears to be asphalt, is that asphalt or is it slag?
I think it's broken asphalt. I think it's brought from some sort of construction site.
Okay. All right.
It's a mixture out there, but it looks like it's all able to support the vehicles that we expect to be using the site.
But you're not planning on doing anything with that either? Leave it in place?
No, just spreading it around, making it smooth, just so that trucks and cars can travel without any problems.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the commission?
Once a PE, you're always a PE.
I got tired.
Okay.
I've got one. I'm sorry, I got one question. So you're talking about the screening side of things. I could see like right in the mirrors from the property, and longleaf pines obviously get up tall. Was there any other thought of using any other material? And that you have bald cypress in the road facing to Safford. Again, it's nothing really that creates any, I guess, blocking or anything along those lines of the stored boats or RVs, where it's going to go in there. I mean, what was the consideration with that?
Well, first off, we're certainly open to substitutions that the city may recommend. The city's been very cooperative throughout this whole process. We were trying to come up with plants that were native and that were somewhat saltwater tolerant, being that we're just so close to the Gulf. But the owner has a particular interest in horticulture and seems to know a lot. But again, we'd be certainly willing to look at changing the planting palette.
Okay. What about the height of the fence? Is 8 foot versus 6 foot make a difference to you?
Well, if we were right up against the roads, 8 foot might sound reasonable, but we have a 150-foot separation from Safford and about 200 feet from Mears. And on Mears, we have the city's going to be beautifying the north right-of-way line of Mears with trees soon. We're going to be planting trees within our wetland buffer enhancement. So it just doesn't seem like 8 foot is reasonable on the south side. However, if that's what y'all decide, we will comply.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, call your next witness, sir.
Richard?
Sir, if you could state your name and your relationship to the project.
Richard Kelly. I'm also a civil engineer for the developer. Touch on maintenance of the site with the gravel and what's there now. They will always mow, scrape, add more crushed concrete, gravel, whatever they need to do to keep it looking nice, because it's their site. It's just like any other site, private site with their asphalt cracks. They have to redo it. It's not the city's responsibility. So that should always be addressed. It should never be a problem. As far as the southern buffer, we originally felt nothing was needed there because, like David said, we had 100, 200 feet of buffer and all of those plantings. We talked about it in the P&Z hearing last week, that we decided to put a not solid opaque, because they're kind of the same thing. If you read the ordinance, it's the opaque is in red, it's added. So solid should have been crossed out. So we could put a chain link fence there that has the slats in it to be opaque. But we kind of rather have a curb, to be honest with you. I don't think we need a fence there because we have such a visual screening, and the curb would stop any inching southward into the buffer area as far as more development. So if that was a big concern, we could do that instead. And we talked about it in P&Z also, doing a 6-foot fence instead of 8. More than anything, it was because the 8-foot fence can become unstable and fall apart and just not look as well. And plus with those trees, the cypress trees and the other things we have out there, they're going to grow above the fence anyway and provide all the screening. And just to touch on the zoning a bit, when I know Renee's done her homework and everything, and she has to go for denial because it doesn't fit exactly the way it should, but it makes it sound like we're trying to cram this use into a category that doesn't belong. But this use doesn't belong anywhere in the city, so we kind of have to go through the back door, sort of, no matter what. So it's a little misleading to say we're denied because doesn't fit the zoning category, because like I said, there isn't one in the city for this, and we discussed that in P&Z too, and that's why we ultimately, the board ended up went for approval, because they understood that this use isn't allowed in the city anywhere. And we also talked about the conditional use, and that doesn't fit a conditional use either, which is kind of the reason that we didn't go that route. And we had a long discussion about that during P&Z, and I think even Pat agreed that it couldn't have been a conditional use because it doesn't fit. So those are the main items.
Any questions from the commission for this witness? Yes, Commissioner Vaticiotis. I'm sorry, were there other?
Yeah, for clarification, I mean, you just admitted that based on the zoning and the way the city's set up with the zoning and future land use, that it doesn't fit the criteria, correct?
It doesn't fit the criteria in any zoning category in the city. So basically, the city doesn't allow open storage anywhere, or open boat and RV storage, which you obviously need because you're a water-based community.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Did you mention that you would bring in crushed concrete?
To keep the site looking, good.
Yeah.
Who's going to park their RV in a desert?
Well, the last time I dealt with Swift Mud, they kind of frowned on crushed concrete as far as a pervious surface. I don't know, maybe things have changed in that regard.
This thing is considered basically impervious because it's so solid right now. So we're not adding impervious. It's just the whole thing's impervious already.
Okay.
Even where the grassed areas are, it's concrete or asphalt crushed underneath. It's just growing through.
Your entrance is a fairly long entry from the fence to actually, I guess it's Safford Avenue that it would be connecting to. What is that going to be made out of?
That's going to be an asphalt paved surface.
Okay. All right.
And that'll have the culverts underneath it,
Now,
drainage.
And maybe I think I know the answer, but why don't you pave this into a regular park paving with retention, the whole thing? Paved surface for parking with retention?
Well, as far as the retention goes, we don't need retention because the whole thing's impervious. So you have retention to make up the difference between what's there now and the new impervious we're adding. We're not adding any new impervious. So if this wasn't for wetlands and all, we would be exempt from Swift Mud.
Yeah.
That's how that goes.
I'll be honest with you, I'm struggling with this one because I don't know just the history of what was stated in the report, and I'm just, from the city's perspective, I'd like to do things right. I don't know what's in that consolidated debris. I know what the geotechnical report stated. Under normal circumstances, all that stuff would be removed. It'd be demucked. It would be basically stabilized, and you would basically be able to put a paved parking lot on it, the whole thing, if it was to be done, from my perspective, right. And I'm just not, from that standpoint, I know maybe for the owner or the developer, it's a matter of economics or something, but from my perspective, if I'm sitting here, we've got a wetland that's been taken out. It's under a compliance issue. We've got a plan that's not quite fitting in with the comprehensive plan anyway. And some of the questions I'm asking are not coming out the way I'd like to hear them. And I guess is there any chance that it could be paved and with retention? In other words, the site prepared properly?
Well, back to the retention, probably not as far as paved, but you go back to the retention thing. If we paved it, we still wouldn't need retention. Because like I said, it's all impervious anyway. So you're trading one impervious surface for another, it really doesn't matter as far as retention goes.
Right, but I think the point I'm trying to make is that you don't know what's in the debris. And a paved area, wherever you're going to have retention, it's going to be cleaned up. You're not going to have debris, you're not going to have muck. It's going to be basically retention. And one value to a paved surface would be the water would be collected at the surface and routed to the retention pond. It would not be filtering down through this debris field, whatever's there, through the peat and into the into the shallow water table, which is fairly close to the surface anyway.
I understand your point. Look at if there's a perk rate in that report, it's probably so slow it's never going to perk. It's going to all run off. So it's essentially an asphalt parking lot the way it is. I mean, for all intents and purposes, because nothing's getting through that.
Okay.
And that's part of the comfortable level we have is that it's been there for so long and it's not degrading. So we're going to put the crushed rock and stuff just to beautify it and make it look nice, not because it's a maintenance problem.
I understand. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you,
All right, thank you. Any other witnesses for the applicant?
Yeah.
Okay, sir, if you step forward. Were you sworn in earlier as well?
I'm Mark Moan, I'm the applicant.
Right.
So, I just want
Can you
to...
state your address for the record, please?
My address?
Yeah.
Yes. 1716 Eagle Trace Boulevard West, Coral Springs, Florida, 33071.
Thanks.
And I have a partner, Thomas Rice, who is not able to be here tonight. He's up in Minnesota. Anyway, he started off this project and then brought me in later on. So when he had come to this project, he went to the city, which at that time was, I think Heather was heading it up, and asked the city about, putting a boat and RV storage at this site before we bought the property. Now and then he called ahead to, I think it was Helen, I'm not sure. He's not here, so I can't give you the exact details, but he called and he made inquiries to if there's any problems with this site. All right. We were told there were none. So when we got the letter from SwiftMud, we were flabbergasted. It was just a shock. And that's when I had already hired our engineer by that time. And so it was what was it, a month later? Yeah, a month after we had already started our engineering plans and paid for engineering, we find out that there's a SwiftMud problem. There was never recorded, it was never recorded. There was no violation filed by SwiftMud. The only way you could have found out about the violation is if you if you knew to call SwiftMud, which of course we didn't. And by my understanding from most engineers, most people don't go down that route anyway. It's not a usual thing. So once we've established that we had that problem, then we had got Marty from Armstrong Environmental Services involved. So we tried, and then started going back and forth with SwiftMud about, and they had some, it was very different than what he had ever experienced. When we went to our TRC with the city, finally, and the city had changed staff, Heather had left, and one of the meetings, the city had said, we always knew this property was a problem. Well, they didn't tell us when we had asked. So this was a very big surprise, and this was not something we were wanting to get into, and that's why we asked the question, is there anything we need to know about this property before we buy it? Had we known that, we would have never bought this property because of all the problems that and all we're doing now is trying to solve the problem with SwiftMud, which is going to cost us more than we expected. And then, it was supposed to be a simple, pretty straightforward project, and the city had pretty much agreed that that's what they wanted. Suddenly, it's like the city doesn't want this project, and everything is going against it. And we're stuck with this thing now that, so we're just trying to keep moving forward and find solutions to these problems where everybody, is satisfied, including us, because I think, it matters. So we have a property that's, that has motor pool and other aspects to it. It had trucks on it for a long time. When did we buy it? 2019, 18? So we bought this, and it had been that way for a long time. The original engineer that we were talking to and started with was, his name was Bouchard, and he said it was just vacant land. So it was very, it's been a very difficult process, and we kept coming back with solutions and ways that we can go about. We've offered to, we're not opposed to putting a curb over there, but we have that big distance on the south, and then you have all that water, so there's really no people coming across that, and we didn't really think we needed a fence there because of that. We had the security, and with all the plantings, it's going to look better than having a fence, I think. If you go along Beecher Street, I think it's Bleacher? You see all these fences, and they're all looking kind of dilapidated. So, I think in the end, we're willing to put up a nice-looking landscaping. We like something that looks nice, and we want the property to look nice. I think the city had a problem back at a time with another I've heard a rumor that they had a problem with a boat, so I think they're a little nervous about putting another boat place in, but that they didn't really keep things up, and I can understand that. But we want something that looks nice, that's attractive, that we keep up and are proud to be part of the city and to have it's a nice looking business. My house is nice. We keep things nice, so that's who we are. I don't know if that helps any, but any questions for me?
Any questions from the commission? Commissioner
Yes.
Vaticos? Yes?
Me?
Yes.
Yeah, you didn't think to do a phase 1 environmental audit before you bought the property? I mean, that's pretty much standard.
I don't know. We're not huge developers. We're just people trying to run, generate a business. The most we've done is, house building and those sorts of things. My friend did some development up in Minnesota, putting up lots, and he never had to run across anything like that either. So, in his experience, he's never run across needing to do those things either. So, that's our experience.
Okay, thank you.
No other commission questions? Okay. Any other witnesses for the applicant? Not seeing any. Thank you. Now is the opportunity for the public to step forward. State your name. Make your presentation. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Mike Eisner, 1515 Riverside Drive. I wanted to start off by saying, not sure why we're getting these 19-page geotechnical reports at 2:30 in the afternoon on the day that we have the meeting. It's very important stuff that's sitting in here, information that we need, and we kind of need this a lot before this to try to read through it, but so I'm going to only touch base with this. First of all, if you're going to install boats, trailers, they're guaranteed to have bilge pumps, bilge areas, and grease dripping in. There's no question, and it's going to go straight into the water. It says here the scope of our services does not include any environmental assessments or studies or the possible presence of hazardous or toxic materials in the soil, groundwater, or surface water within or in the general vicinity of the site studied. So in other words, if we don't have any knowledge of what's there now and they contaminate it, how do you do a comparison? I know I only have 3 minutes. There's just so much here that rubs me wrong. I mean, I feel bad that they bought this without looking into it first to see if it was a viable purchase for a good area like this, but it isn't the case. The other thing that I'm reading in here is it's a very common area for sinkholes, so we have to kind of consider that as well. And I'm pretty sure I don't have much more time, so I thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Hi, Craig Lunt, 743 Chesapeake Drive. I'm going to echo some of what Mike said. One of the things I wanted to bring up with you, and I'm kind of feeling sorry for the person that bought the property because he didn't fully check it out before he actually committed to it. However, this project has been ongoing for over 2.5 years. 6 times before the TRC, recommendations were given. Recommendations were not adopted. We are looking at a project here which has problems with, for example, the idea that they're not paving. So it's semi-permeable material on the lot. The water table is 2 feet underneath that. There's portions of the wetlands that have already been filled. I mean, we know it's filled with construction debris. We have no idea of the toxicity of that site at any particular time, and there's been no effort so far to do soil testing to the point of testing for toxins. All they did was try to do some core testing to see if it would sink, which there's organic material in the first 4 feet, so we know it's going to sink at some particular time. They've resisted or tried to get down to a 6-foot fence when an 8-foot fence is clearly what should be done. And they're suggesting a boat and an RV parking lot over semi-permeable surface. Boats and RVs leak oil. I have a boat. I take great care of it. It still leaks oil sometimes, as does every other vehicle, I think, known to man. That's going to fall onto a semi-permeable surface and percolate through the groundwater, which is only 2 feet underneath there. This is not a good idea. This is just, this project, and I feel sorry for the person who's trying to develop it. This project is just basically garbage in, garbage out. Thank you very much.
Anyone else that would like to speak? Okay.
Periodalex 514 Ashland Avenue. It's not the city's fault that these people didn't do proper due diligence. As the owner mentioned, his partner started it off earlier, and then he sort of got stuck with it. But if you look at the property itself, and if I recall a while back, the city had to settle a lawsuit for $700,000 where our insurance carrier covered some, and we had to pay, what, 65 or 35, I don't remember, y'all can remember, because of the sinkholes that were already out there, and as it's been pointed out in the report, where was the conclusion? Florida is underlain by limestone bedrock that is susceptible to dissolution and subsequent development of karst features such as voids and sinkholes, therefore accompanied by some risk that internal soil erosion and ground subsidence could affect new structures in the future. It's not possible. Investigators designed to completely eliminate the possibility of future sinkhole-related problems. In any event, the owner must understand and accept this risk, et cetera, et cetera. So, and it was also read about the environmental assessment. Now, as it's been pointed out, debris has been placed in all this area. So, yeah, that's why, in fact, on one of them, it said near the southwest corner of the property within 25 feet wetland, similar debris-laden fill extended from existing ground surface to boring termination at 2 to 2.5 feet. Earlier it says borings performed at the site were laden filled consisting of fine sand with silt, concrete slabs and fragments, asphalt, bricks, pipes, wood, etc. from ground surface to boring termination depths of about 2 to 5 feet. There's been all kinds of stuff dumped in there. Years and years of people getting away dumping stuff. But you know about that. Something I want to point out, and then also briefly, staff did give you sufficient reasons to deny this project. But let's look at that site plan and what we're talking about common sense wise. I bought a truck, my girlfriend bought a camper, we go hiking. My truck's about 12 feet for an F-150, my camper's about 22 feet. I've learned how hard it is to get around corners and to back up into sites. You're telling me we've got rocks down by the train station to keep people from going over the curb of the trail, and you're going to try to get 15-foot trucks with maybe a 35-foot boat to go around that corner, and they're going to get stuck. They're going to be backing up over the trail. Let's look realistically at what they're proposing. The whole thing is a project on the cheap. And are we going to let developers from Coral Springs or Houston or anywhere else keep coming in here and telling us how we have to design our city? Yes, it's not in the special area plan, but it's in the gateway. It's right there where people come up the trail. And you want them to see a boat and RV parking place, and You've got enough grounds that it doesn't meet the criteria of the city's needs, and I'm sorry they didn't do their due diligence. You can't turn around and blame the city that they didn't tell them about swift mud. You got a wetland on your property, you know you need to deal with swift mud. You should have called them yourself. It's not our responsibility to tell you all the things to do for your due diligence, and you're just starting on a new project where you were doing houses before. This is not houses. This is our land.
Is there anyone else from the public that would like to speak about this application tonight? Okay, so now we need to do summaries. Renee, is there a summary that you'd like to give, followed by the applicant?
I think the only thing I would just like to add at this point, because there's been reference to that, the fact that, well, it's there. Well, the casual use of a site and filling and stuff, because it was done, doesn't make it legal and legally established, and that, you know, so I did want to make sure that that was at least expressed and put in the record. Thank you.
Thank you. So does the applicant like to make any final statement? Okay, sir, now's your opportunity.
Well, again, if we go back to that, when we asked the city if they would be wanting a boat and RV storage there, the answer was yes. This was before we bought the property, and we didn't fill this property. We never filled this property. This was long before us, years before us, apparently. And there's a dispute over where the actual wet line is according to my engineer. If you'd like more, he can speak to that. But and again, we asked the city if there was a problem with this property. And the city said there was no problem with this property. That should count for something. And we even made the extra phone call to other people inside the city that were supposed to have the answers to that. And why the city didn't file a violation against the people that owned it prior, or all the people that filled it for all the years that it sat there and accumulated all that stuff, and then all of a sudden we're owning it, we're holding the bag on this whole thing. It doesn't seem to me to be correct. I don't know what else to say. So, is there any other questions for me?
There's not going to be any other questions, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Okay, Mr. Vice Mayor, it's back to the commission for consideration. Remember, all motions should be set forth in the affirmative, so it would be a motion to approve, and then it'd be voted up or down.
Okay. We will, Chair will entertain a motion, and then we'll go to board comments.
And just as a reminder, City Attorney Trask, we would have to recommend approval of this for the sake of the motion and then discuss it.
Yeah, it would be a motion to approve, and then you could vote it up or down. It has to be in the affirmative according to your rules of procedure.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay. We will go to discussion. Commissioner Donovan?
Yeah, thank you, Vice Mayor, and thank you to the applicant for being here tonight. I can sympathize with the perceived communication breakdown, but that's something, that's kind of just he said, she said, unless we have emails or anything like that to back up saying, hey, we got this direction on this date. So without that, we really can't put much stock into it. And again, I love private property rights. I understand what you guys are trying to do, but our staff are experts, and they've identified 4 different areas that this does not comply with our plans. So I appreciate you guys, but I'm not going to be able to support it.
Commissioner Vaticiotis.
I think many people know I'm a big believer in the comprehensive plan. I know we're updating it, but our staff basically bases their recommendation to deny on the fact that it doesn't comply with 2 sections of the comprehensive plan. One being the future land use element, specifically policy 2.4.3, and then also the coastal management plan, policy 1.1.1. And I've listened to the discussion of Mrs. Vincent, and I agree, and also based on my questioning of the of the applicant. I feel that those observations by our staff are valid. I also regret the fact that you all bought the property I'm not sure how, but I mean, you probably should have had that gentleman on staff before you bought the property, and I think he would have suggested to do some things before you actually signed the dotted line, regardless of what the city would tell you. I've gone through that myself, so I'm not sure what more I can offer you in that regard, but thank you for at least coming to us this evening.
Yeah, just okay. Commissioner Terrapini, do you have any comments? Okay. At the end of the day, it's the staff, they provided multiple issues with the application. It wasn't just one that was a gray area. We have to go by what the codes are and the guidelines are set by the city. So we're not making new law like the city attorney said. We have to interpret the law that we have before us. So with that, City Clerk, I'm going to go to roll call.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
No.
Commissioner Donovan?
No.
Commissioner Terrapini?
No.
Vice Mayor Carr?
No. Up the ordinances and resolutions for tonight. We are going to back to item number 9, which is where we left off on the special consent agenda. And then we'll take a short break after that item.
Sounds good.
After number 9, I'm sorry.
Good evening, Paul Smith, Public Services Director. This item is to increase our existing instrumentation and control system professional services in response to a recent audit that we had performed. This would allow us to complete a master plan to follow through on that audit while continuing the other services that we require for the remainder of the contract. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Okay, do we have any public comment on this item? Seeing none, do we have a motion on the board?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Smith. I had a discussion with the city manager today, and this is also related to one of the requests that you've got in the ARPA funds for $2 million for cyber security for the treatment plant. And I've been a commissioner for a couple of years now, and even before, you know, my observation concerning the wells, I think Commissioner Terrapini brought it up, and I says, well, I'm not sure I understood, and it turned out to be the pipeline from the distant potable wells to connect it to dilute. You know, the RO plant was built under a certain design envelope in terms of performance and the expected performance with regard to the cost per water. And I've seen this design envelope change in the sense of unpredicted, or however you would call it, unintended, certainly events that have taken place, the wells, the cybersecurity, the issue that happened with Oldsmar's RO plant. There's a number of things. So it's like everything else that I've asked with regard to the city manager in terms of kind of looking at something comprehensively A to Z. At some point, I'm going to approve this tonight. I'm going to support and approve this tonight. I don't have an issue. But I do want to see some kind of a plan A to Z as far as the RO plant. What you see as being responsible for, and I've got a lot of confidence in you to tell us where we were and where you see it going, because it all boils down to the cost per gallon of water. And I know that salinity, for example, the higher the salinity, the higher per cost per gallon of water to squeeze that water out of saltier water. So we need to be kind of real sober about how we approach this in the future, and especially when we're going to be looking at water rates and sewer rates in the future. And I just, I've got some concerns right now that we seem to kind of, and not intentionally, but we seem to keep adding the cost to the plant a little bit over what it was originally intended to be, and for, you know, for what the foreseen situation is we're seeing a lot of unforeseen things happening right now, and we just need to be more mindful of that. So you follow what I'm saying?
I respect what you're saying, I understand, but I want to say that this item is more than just the RO plant. This is really how we're operating our utilities, including our wastewater treatment facility. So no matter what we do with the RO facility in the future, we do need to have control systems in place and those sorts of things. So this is really being responsive to the world as it evolves.
No,
I don't think it necessarily ties into decisions made on the construction or design of the RO facility, but certainly can follow up with those items of your interest. And
well, you know, for example, we hired the 2 individuals as in last year's budget, and that was supposed to help with the 24-hour monitoring, real-time monitoring, and that would help us with cybersecurity and things. And you're right, this is more than just the RO plant, but there is that specific item in the ARPA project request for the $2 million cybersecurity request for the RO plant. So I just wanted to tie the two together.
Sure.
Thank you.
I had a question for Mark. I called him earlier today about this. The city did hire a cybersecurity expert to be on staff of some sort, paying close to $100,000. Is this person going to be involved with any of this that's being done, or how's that going to be tied in with the situation moving forward?
Paul, you want to answer that?
yeah, I'm probably stepping into IT's area a little bit, but I think I know enough about it to answer. That position, I think, is primarily focused over on the public safety side. That's the main duties that they're doing. We're really looking at focusing on utilities here, that portion of the system. So that's what this all has to do with, this item in particular.
City manager's that? I don't recall that being the hire. I recall it being a hire for cybersecurity and it being proposed that we needed a cybersecurity expert on staff.
Yeah, but I don't think that solves a lot of the more intense, I don't think that position is to solve some of the intense problems like he's talking about. I don't think that was the whole thing. That's not a cure-all for everything, including the systems that he deals with, you know.
Okay, I understand. Listen, cybersecurity is a high risk. So this goes until May of 23. Are we expecting a renewal after that they would have some type of pullback on an expense, or is it just something that we have to look at now moving forward? And then we could talk offline about this further. I'd like to learn more about that as well too.
Yeah, so to answer your question, we have this contract. It's really perpetual. It's been for many years. There's an ongoing instrumentation and control expertise whenever we're making changes to our control systems. There's program changes, so that's ongoing. What we're asking here tonight is to add this $95,000 to do this specialized study or master plan, and as a result of that cybersecurity audit. Okay.
I mean, I know the answer, but how disastrous would it be if our wastewater plant went down for the city?
It would be disastrous.
I mean, it would be a trouble, right? I mean, it'd be worse than the water plant going down because we'll have redundancy with the water plant for the water to come through.
They'd both be bad.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Donovan?
Yeah, I just want to say thank you for bringing it forward. I know time flies, and I couldn't give you an exact date of when the Oldsmar hack occurred, but certainly since then, cybersecurity has been on the minds of all these municipalities around here. So I want to thank you for bringing it forward, and whatever it takes to get that straightened out, we'll do.
Thank you.
I believe we had a motion, correct? Okay.
That's correct.
Roll call.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Yes.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Commissioner Terrapini?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Carr?
Yes. With that, we're approaching 9 o'clock. Let's take a 10-minute break. And 10.
thank you so much. I'm so glad I called because I was not going to worry about that until it hit. So. Yeah, thank you.
All right, you're welcome.
I don't know the exact day.
Okay, it just reminds me, we gotta do that sandwich thing on the cupcake.
Yeah. Well, these are that's gonna be a little difficult.
Yeah,
As a
like that.
cupcake technician, those ones are pretty small.
Can't do it?
It might be, and they have filling.
Yeah,
A lot of
it
those
is
have
troublesome when you have
So
a
they're-
filling inside of it.
That's gonna get, that's gonna take some expert work. You might need a couple attempts.
And a couple of napkins too. I'll let you try that first and let me know,
Yeah,
okay?
I'll give it a go.
meeting at 9:10. And we will start with item number 10, where we left off. This is increase of award file RFP number 200011-P-CM Golf Course Grounds Maintenance Services. Mr. City Manager.
Yes, Paul Smith, you start this out, please.
Good evening, Paul Smith, Public Services Director. This item is the golf course grounds maintenance contract. Staff is recommending a 3.5% increase to the annual contract amount for this year and for remaining contract years 4 and 5. By way of background, on December 3rd, 2019, the board approved the award of the golf course ground maintenance services contract. As you know, this was prior to the COVID supply chain and inflationary pressures that we're seeing now. Down to Earth Landscapes, who was awarded the contract, provided the city with a letter on December 8th, 2021, requesting a contract adjustment. What they requested was a 5% increase to the annual maintenance contract amount. City staff reviewed the request and the documentation provided. Staff independently confirmed area golf courses are also experiencing cost increases ranging from 5 to 20% for their labor and maintenance supplies. Staff also confirms the performance of this contractor has been outstanding. Given that the current agreement does not allow for any CPI adjustments or contract increases, except those provided in the annual amounts from the proposal, City staff recommends an increase of 3.5% and recommends that the increase be applicable to the entire year 3, which is the current year we're in, which began January 1st, 2022, and 3.5% rate will be applied to years 4 and 5. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Do we have any public comments on this item? Seeing none, do we have a motion on the board?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion?
Just a quick if I may, quick question. The second and third year is January, December as well? Is that the annual cycle of the contract? Okay, not our fiscal year, October to October.
Yes, that's what I have here in the backup.
Yeah, Mr. Hunt answered it. Thank you.
Paul, just real quick, a quick question about the golf course's enterprise fund that's able to sustain this cost increase, correct?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
And then we also saw some fees to play will be increasing later this year too.
That's correct, yeah.
Okay. But the fund seems to be heading in the right direction, even with the cost increase.
It really is, and I think that there's no reason not to think it'll continue. I think with the market rate adjustment that we made and continued good performance by the contractor, I think we can expect additional high levels of play.
Okay, great. Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Yes.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Commissioner Terrapini?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Carr?
Yes. Moving on to item number 11, commission update, alternate 10-Mears Boulevard intersection analysis and Distant Avenue complete streets concepts. City Manager.
Yes, I'll turn it over to Renee, and she'll introduce the consultant working on this.
Fumbling with technology. Good evening, Vice Mayor and Commissioners. Here tonight to give you an update on two things, really. One is the Alt 19 and Mears Boulevard intersection analysis and the results of that, as well as where we are with the development of concepts and alternatives for the Distant corridor associated with the Complete Streets grant that the city received. So I want to stress to the public, nothing's being decided tonight. So this is a give an update to the board, introduce the concepts and alternatives kind of as they are now, and then we will be going back to the public for additional public input and workshops. So with that, I'll introduce Jared Schneider with Kimley Horn to give you an update. And you know how to work this thing?
We'll find out.
Down advances.
All right.
All right.
Good evening, Jared Schneider with Kimley Horn Associates. Thanks again for having us tonight. I lead our planning team here in Pinellas County. Also with me tonight, I've got James Taylor, one of our traffic engineering experts, statewide experts. Renee did a good job of teeing this up. Tonight, what we're going to do is, thought it would be helpful to focus in on Alt 19 first. So we're going to give you kind of a high-level update, as Renee mentioned. These concepts are really going to be going back out to the public in March 26th, and there'll be other opportunities as well with the online survey. But really, we thought it'd be good to kind of dive into Alt 19. The board asked us to look at that from a traffic operational side. So for 3 parts. The second part, we'll get into Diston, talk about the traffic operations on Diston, and then finish off with the concepts, and again, talk about future opportunities for the public. So that's really kind of the game plan. We've got a lot of material. We're going to go through it pretty quickly. Just stop us if you have any questions. So I'm going to have James come up and talk about Alt 19.
Good evening. As Jared mentioned, I'm James Taylor with Kimley Horn & Associates. I'm the traffic engineer that, I'm the brains behind all the pretty pictures you're going to see later on, the concepts. It's important that we kind of get a perspective on what the congestion levels are, what we anticipate before we dive into Jared's brilliance with the concepts that you'll see tonight. So the first thing we'll go through is some of the results from the Alternative US 19 operational study that we were asked to do kind of in coordination with the Diston Avenue study, so that we can determine how that parallel facility to Diston Avenue would operate with or without that being in place. So we did assume going forward that there is no connection on Diston Avenue when we're looking at Alternative 19, just so that we can have a baseline for if that connection ever did come in place on Diston. So we looked at the existing operating conditions between Klosterman and Tarpon, and then we looked at a scenario where the Manatee Village Shopping Center is reactivated and some of those trips return to that area.
Mr. Taylor, may I
Yes, sir.
interrupt? Vice Mayor Carr, Mr. Snyder invited us to ask questions as we go along. You're conducting the meeting. Would you prefer to wait till the end?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So here's a perspective of what the study area was on that corridor. We looked at 5 major intersections on a 3.6 mile corridor. All of the intersections that you see here are signalized with the exception of Curlew Place, which is a 2-way stop control. The study area segments were broken up in between those intersections. And we looked at the existing conditions, both the AM peak hour and the PM peak hour. This is your traditional hour of commuter traffic between 7 and 9 AM and then 4 and 6 PM, the highest hour between those hours. We looked at existing conditions, and then we looked at a condition where the existing traffic counts plus the redevelopment of the Manatee Village Shopping Center on top of that. For some perspective of what that center looks like reactivated, it should add somewhere between, in the ballpark of 4,000 daily trips, 100 or less than 100 AM peak hour trips, and then about 500 PM peak hour trips. The conclusions of that study, once we did the counts, we did the analysis per all the procedures that are in place with code, Pinellas, Ford Pinellas's traffic count capacity analysis for the roadway segments, and also highway capacity manual procedures. We concluded in the existing condition that 2 of those 4 segments on Alternative 19 are actually deficient today in terms of capacity exceeding a generalized service volume adopted by the MPO. And then once you add the village center on top, 4 of 4 segments are actually over that generalized capacity with those additional trips. No segments were over 25% on top of that adopted capacity. So this is kind of a table that is showing a summary of that. So in the red numbers there, you can see the existing before the shopping center added the 2 segments from Carlow Place to Martin Luther King, and then on the scenario with the shopping center reactivated, all 4 of those segments, none of the segments exceeding 25% of the capacity. So that was for the roadway capacity. When you're looking at a corridor like this and there's signals that are closely spaced and they're signalized, it's more important sometimes to look at the capacity of the intersections themselves to make sure that the turn lane links are long enough so that traffic doesn't spill into through movements. When we looked at the intersection capacity, we concluded that all of the intersections in this corridor operate at an overall level of service of D or better. Level of service is kind of a qualitative measure of something that we can quantify, which is delay per vehicle, where A is just like letter grades in school, A is good and F is failing. D is more or less our adopted standard for the city when we evaluate intersections and how they're operating today. So all the intersections were operating at a level of service D or better in the peak hours. Once the village shopping center is added on top of that, those intersections continue to operate at better than capacity, a level of service E, and with one exception, that westbound approach at Curlew Place, remember that's the one intersection that is not signalized on this corridor, does actually fail at a level of service F with a volume of capacity of over 1, which just goes to show that that is a minor approach that may need to be addressed with some mitigation. I'm not going to go through all these numbers, but this is basically the results of the capacity analysis at the intersection, and it shows that Curlew Place does have a level of service of an F at the minor approach. And then this was some of the takeaways from the analysis, things that we could recommend to make this corridor operate a little bit better than it's operating today with and without the reactivated shopping center. So the table shows that in the existing condition, there are several turn lanes that are capable of being extended today that will improve corridor operation, and 2 of those are at Alt 19 and Mears, and 1 at MLK. And then we're showing links that there is a possibility to do an extension with, and then, or without the shopping center, and then with the shopping center. Those links get a little bit longer because obviously there's a little bit more traffic on the road. And here's just a visual of those turn lanes that we mentioned in the previous slide. And that's really all I had on the Alt US 19 study. If we want to pause here for questions, Mr. Vice Mayor, or we can continue with the Distant Avenue operation.
We'll do questions at the very end.
Okay. So jumping into the Distant Avenue, and as was presented earlier, this is going to be, we have an upcoming hearing later this month, so this is just kind of an informational for the board ahead of that meeting. Distant Avenue, as you all know, is a quarter-mile gap that we're looking to potentially fill in with a vehicle connectivity for enhanced mobility, and also to potentially relieve some congestion from the parallel facilities of Alt US 19 and also US 19. The segment that we looked at for Distant extends from Klosterman up to Live Oak. That's about a 2.1 mile corridor. We looked at the existing conditions, the conditions in year 2025, which we're referring to as the opening year conditions. That's just an assumption for when the road may be online. And then a design year of 2045, which is just 20 years for the life of the roadway. We looked at, going back to that slide, we looked at both a no-build scenario if the connection was never made, and a build scenario if the connection was made. We looked at the 9 intersections that you see in front of you for that 2.1 mile corridor, and then the following roadway segments. The conclusions of the roadway segment analysis were as follows. In the existing condition, there are segments on Alt US 19 as well as US 19 that are above capacity today. In the opening year 2025, the same segments that are identified in the existing are also identified in the opening year, with a little bit further advancement on how much the delay is, but no new segments are over capacity. And then once we connect the Distant Avenue missing link, you'll see that some of the traffic does divert from those 2 parallel capacities, Alt 19 and US 19, such that one of those segments of Alt 19 falls off of the list of roadways that is above capacity, but one still remains. And then the two segments of US 19 also fall off as a result of some of that traffic diverting. that's more of a continuation of what I just identified. For the intersections, we looked at, like we did for the Alt US 19 study, we also looked at intersection capacity only in the year 2025, because if we look too far out with intersection analysis, the cone of certainty kind of gets away from us. So we didn't go all the way out to 2045 to do intersection volumes. But what we identified in the no-build scenario that actually all the intersections today are operating relatively well with level of service D or better. In the build scenario, we are finding that once traffic loads to Distant Avenue, there is one intersection that we identified as a failing intersection, and that's up at Distant Avenue and Tarpon Avenue. And that's an intersection that could warrant a signal at some point in the future, but maybe wouldn't be one that would be recommended due to the relatively low approach volume at that intersection. So overall, most of the traffic doesn't have to stop, east-west, but as you go northbound on Distant Avenue and you approach Tarpon, you may have a little bit further delay in the future, and you could consider a signal in the future. So that is all I have today for you on the studies. I'm going to hand it over to Jared to talk about some of the concepts, how he developed some of these based on some of this information that came out of the analysis.
Thanks, James. Yeah, so to walk through the concepts, and some of this was presented in December. We had our first workshop, as well as what we call a walk audit in November 2021 with the community. So showed some of this preliminarily, and we've started to take this a bit further, and we'll be presenting this again March 26th. So the way we've outlined this, really 4 segments. You've got that segment A piece that goes on the south. I'm going to work my way up from south to north, Klosterman, to just south of the gap there at Woodhill Drive. And then we've got...
If you need a pointer, this is the pointer.
Excellent. I didn't want to break it. And then we obviously have the gap here. Segment B's from north of the gap up to just around Tarpon, and then Tarpon to Live Oak. So as James said, we looked at a full 2.1 mile section here and really started to look at different concepts that could be done in the short term as well as long term. So this I already talked to you about. We had a neighborhood walk audit. We had a community workshop held here December 9th. Talked about some of these concepts from a higher level. And then we went into, talking about, again, refining and talking about these further. We had a number, I want to say around 60, 70 people here. So that was really good kind of turnout. Many of the folks that turned out, we had some from Union Academy. Many were from the Woods at Anderson and definitely expressed their concern about the connection. So let's start with segment A real fast. Really, there's some things we feel that could be done from the short term, and we've really split this into kind of 5 buckets. Things that can be done on the roadway, between the curb to curb. What are some things outside the curbs today, such as sidewalks? And then what are some traffic calming elements? And then, James hit on this quite a bit, congestion and safety issues. Most injuries and fatalities happen at intersections, so we look at intersections as well. And then we had some corridor-wide recommendations. Really what we took away from this and walking this stretch with the community was the speed. So how do we slow speed down? What are some things we could do in the short term from a traffic calming standpoint? So we talked about speed humps, stop controlling some intersections, looking at intersection improvements at Klosterman, Ivy Lane, Curlew Place, and Woodhill Drive. Woods at Anderson definitely expressed the concern if a connection was to go through here that this would become more of a blow through. And we'll get into that in the next segment. We felt there's ways you could, if the roadway connection was done, there's ways you could design that. But definitely ADA compliance was another one, and then we heard the cut through traffic on Curlew Place was a concern. So now moving to segment B, this is around Mears up to Tarpon. And I know we've heard a lot about this at the commission, past commission meetings, is really the safety concern with the connection of Mears. And obviously as Mango is extended and constructed to US 19 and completed. So yeah, big concerns there, really looking at that intersection at Mears. So we talked about a number of options, whether you could kind of tame that intersection, do a roundabout, bring the curb in to slow speeds down. narrowing the lane in there to really discourage speeding. Sidewalk concerns with the kids walking around to Cuffs kids was a big concern, and one we saw with the community. So filling in some of those gaps, particularly on the west side, and creating mid-block crossings. And I know the city staff's already looking at some of those. Those are some short-term things that can be done now. So really talking about, again, short-term and long-term improvements. As we work our way up from Tarpon to Live Oak, some similarities here a little bit. There were some concerns that we walked with the Union Academy folks at intersections, particularly at Pine Street. That was one that we looked at. And so we're just starting to show a little bit of flavor of how you could do, on the right-hand side here, some pedestrian crossing improvements, and really just different reflective paint to kind of show that this is a different area and treating it differently. Similarly, others, we talked about sidewalk gaps, as well as restriping, repaving. Lighting, too, is another one. It's pretty dark out there. So, again, a mixture of things that we thought could be done in the short term, like some of those sidewalk gaps and intersection improvements, particularly on this section. So we skipped around a little bit to go back into the gaps section. What we're showing here, and this graphic on the right is mislabeled. What it should say is really we looked at 3 alternatives. There's always a no-build scenario, and this gap's been talked about for a while, right? It's been in the comprehensive plan since the 90s. It was actually that north-south connection was actually platted in 1911. And was not pushed through at that point. But yeah, so there's 3 alternatives. Really, you could do the no-build scenario. Alternative 2 and 3, or alternative 2 is a multi-use trail. You could look at that connection. We did hear some that talked about wanting mobility north and south. Alternative 3 is the new roadway connection to give mobility and connections. And so what this graphic on the right is showing in that hashing could be applied for alternative 2, the multi-use trail, or all 3 for the new roadway connection. And I'll say this has not been fully vetted. This is high-level concepts that we're looking at. Obviously, it'd require a P&E or design phase. But what we're starting to show is what are some of the possibilities. And I think as a staff, what we would be concerned about is if you did any kind of roadway connection for all 3, you start to create a shot put if you go north-south. So what we're trying to show here is how you could, and some members in the December meeting talked about how you could almost connect here at Sugar Hill, and we talked with Duke too, go under the power lines and create a deflection or diversion to really start to slow the speed down, not have this shotgun approach. So really kind of creating a connection here. And some folks mentioned a Levis connection. So again, this is conceptual, and we felt those could also be options if you were to just do the trail connection, any one of these connections, and maybe it's even something like this. But yeah, really trying to get away from having something like this that continues the speeds, obviously, as you have mirrors. So any roadway connection, we'd like to see more of a dog leg or some other type of intersection treatment. So now I'm going to walk into a little bit more. We've got Alt 1, the no-build scenario I mentioned already. This is what it looks like out there today. This is a little harder to see, but this is what a multi-use trail connection could look like. And again, we're just showing options in other areas where it's been done, and there's a number of different treatments. So I'll focus you on, you could do something like this, which could also have emergency access and when needed with bollards at the end of the trail. That's been done in some locations. This is a little bit more expensive, obviously, as you get into kind of a boardwalk setup, but that's been done elsewhere. So a couple different options in there. And we're going to continue to look at this costed, some high-level planning costs that we're putting together. So again, all 3, the roadway connection, if that would be done, if that was to be pursued, what again we would say is really design a roadway for the speed you want. Like so many roadways, when you look at the south side of Diston right now from Klosterman, it's posted 30, but I feel comfortable going much faster. I think a lot of people say that, especially with the topography. So more and more what we're trying to do with complete streets is design the roadway, match the posted speed with what our desired speed is. So these are some examples of slower speed streets where you can design them for 20, 25 mile per hour. And what I mean by that is you start creating medians, landscaping on the edge to create this feel of an edge that you can't go 40 miles an hour. Breaking up long straight distances is key. Anytime if you remove this tree here, for example, and you just had a bunch of pavement, you feel you can go fast. So again, the roadway would need to be designed and totally understood on. You'd have added volume as James presented earlier and understood from the citizens the concern there. But there are ways you can design it to slow speeds and continue with the concerns and safety that we've been hearing. So I've kind of talked about this several times. Really want to get the word out, and the city's got the Connect Tarpon Springs. They've got the notice up for the March 26th Community Forum, so we'd love everyone to come out for that. We also we'll have an online survey going, and I believe city staff's going to be doing a number of other things to really get the word out and want to really have a pretty robust conversation March 26th to talk about these concepts further. We'll refine from there and then bring the concepts back to City Commission and then finalize this planning study for the Ford Pinellas grant requirements. So with that, we'll take any questions you all may have.
Thanks. We're going to board questions, and we're going to wait for the discussion after the public comment. So we'll go to questions now for the board to Jared. And do we have any questions from the board right now? Commissioner Donovan?
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. Thank you for the work you've done so far on this. Really, I want to get a better gauge of what the next steps are. And I know I see them up there, but when you say bring concepts back to City Commission, do you have a timeline on that from March 26th? And then for the actual Complete Streets concept plan, can you give us a better idea of what that will actually look like and what we can take from it?
Sure. And I'm going to let city staff correct me here if I'm wrong, but really our thought was to come back in April, May timeframe to the City Commission, present everything that we've heard thus far from the community as well as March 26th. Really what we'd like to do is have a preferred option, obviously, whether you make that connection or not. But we'll clearly present what we hear and give you our recommendations. So really what we'll do is lay out those three concepts in more detail for y'all and kind of talk about the pros and cons when we come back.
Okay. And as far as the pedestrian safety goes, I know you guys did the walkthrough and identified some possible mid-block crosswalk stuff. We actually, since I've been on the board, we added that mid-block crosswalk in front of Cops and Kids that connected to like the tennis courts and their other building. Is this, the type of study where if we don't do one option or we do another option, we can still take things we like from that? Because I think regardless of what we move forward with, we want to move forward with some pedestrian safety stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's the one thing we've really been trying to make clear is we're looking at it from Klosterman all the way to Live Oak. So that's back to the first question too. That's where what the plan will lay out is here's some things we think are some really quick wins, we like to call them, and those mid-block crossings and the intersections too are key. And I know Ms. Dabb spoke earlier, and we walked and stood at that intersection. A lot of us did. So those are the type of things, do those earlier and sooner. So we feel like there's lots of things that you could do like that. And sometimes it's as simple as just, we heard some folks mention maintenance was a problem, not being able to see around a corner. So, just trying to gain some momentum and have some quick wins again, as I said.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much for your work so far on this. I appreciate the update. My understanding is that we're not taking any action tonight. We're just purely update.
No, sir. No action time. Just an update.
Commissioner Vaticiotis.
Yeah. Thanks for the presentation. I really always appreciate hearing from you as far as the distant corridor and the intersections, especially. The one thing I get a sense of looking at things quantitatively from your perspective is a little different than looking at it qualitatively sitting in a driver's seat trying to get through some of these intersections, you kind of wonder, scratch your head as to where are these numbers coming from, and do they really reflect reality? I've just got a whole list of questions, but I'm going to kind of try and get with you separately if I could to get some clarification on these. Because I know this is just an update and everything, but I do have some questions because I see some things that don't look quite right to me. For example, and I don't need answers, but just an observation as far as the performance of the intersections and whether it's just north, south, east, west, and how do you determine whether it's functional? Do you look at all four directions or just take the best and go with that, or do you average them out? So we'll get to that offline separately. On the Diston Avenue corridor study, you're kind of reaffirming what I kind of see as far as your original presentation with the preliminary results. Looking at it with the no build, the build 2025 and the build 2045, I just don't see what the real improvements are going to be on this commute time on US 19 and alternate 19. I think Mr. Taylor mentioned that something falls off, but I was looking at that. I see that one segment falls off a little bit, but I didn't see really what the measures of performance would be. I think last time in your preliminary results, you showed, I think, a 15-second increase on commute time between, let's say, somewhere in, let's say, Alderman and Tarpon Avenue, and I think on US 9, that was on alternate 19, US 19 was 5 seconds. And I see something like that being reflected the same here. And then the real missing element, and where I'm beginning to kind of develop my own personal philosophy on this thing, is I'm really having heartburn with the city accepting the burden of responsibility for trying to improve traffic on state roads by sending it through residential roads. And I'm not really ready to buy off on something like that. So I don't know what can be done on US 19 or alternate 19. That's not part of this study, but at some point we're going to have to hear from FDOT. There's nothing in the 5-year or the 7-year plan. It used to be a 7-year plan, but I guess it's a 5-year plan.
There's nothing.
There's nothing there.
Or on all 19.
Yeah, on both. Yeah. And that's really unfortunate, and I think we need to kind of change that a little bit before we start pursuing something. And this is on our nickel. I know there's grant money involved and everything, but still, whether it, for example, the one large apartment complex that was approved, it kind of gave FDOT a pass on that when we approved this big project without really expecting anything for them to do. We go from 4 lanes to 3 lanes. Right after Tarpon Avenue. So that's where I am right now. But I think, unless you tell me something different, that you're seeing a significant increase or some marked increase in the functioning of US 19 and alternate 19 by putting Diston Avenue through.
I mean, James can probably jump in here as well. I think what we've seen are certain segments of all 19 will perform better. The local network, like Curlew, considerably better because that's today the pass-through traffic. So what you're doing is distributing traffic and creating more of a grid network. So there's some improvement there. I mean, like you said, from a benefit, I don't think the connection of Diston would ever function as a reliever completely for 19 or all 19. And from a travel time perspective, it just allows more redundancy.
Right. Well, along that line, but you also introduced this additional variable that the cross streets begin to not function so well. The cross streets that feed into, I believe it's Diston Avenue, begin to show some deterioration or not functioning as well.
Yeah, sure. So I'll start there and work backwards. The one deficiency that was apparent in the build scenario that wasn't there in the no build scenario was the northbound approach at Diston and Tarpon Avenue. So obviously, you alluded to taking state volumes and putting them on a local road. I think the way I would think of it as there's local traffic occurring on the state road because there is no local road for that traffic to otherwise occur. So if Diston was a connect all the way up to Live Oak, then some of that local traffic that's currently on the two parallel facilities that are state facilities may stay local on Diston Avenue, but that would impart more delay at that northbound approach at Tarpon Avenue. Consequently, that's one of the intersections that we saw a lot of pedestrian pedestrian traffic as well. So it seems like something needs to be done at that intersection with or without Diston Avenue, and maybe a signal and or two-way stop or four-way stop control, because currently it's two-way stop control, would be a solution at that intersection. For quantitative measure of what we're talking about, we have these things that we use in transportation planning for public consumption called level of service, and that only takes you so far. What I typically like to do when you really want to dig down to quantify something is you look at volume to capacity ratio. So if anything above 1 is exceeding capacity, how much further are we going above capacity? So in 2045, there's segments of alt US 19 that are above 30% of capacity. With Diston Avenue and keeping those local trips local, you see the same number of segments are over capacity, so that's why it's kind of hard to quantify in terms of just talking about segment to segment. But overall, the level of service or the volume to capacity ratio drops below like a 1.2 for any one segment. So, you know, there's a lot of way that we can measure these things.
May I ask you, what, I saw that your cutoff was 1.25, 125%. What's the magic number for that? I mean,
Not a cutoff at all. It was just an observation that in the alt US 19 that you're referring to, if that shopping center develops out, that nothing goes above 1.25.
Yeah.
It wasn't really a cutoff. It was just an observation that nothing goes above that.
But to be honest with you, that's what I see in FDOT. First of all, you know, F is, now it's okay. F is okay, but, you know, something worse than F, well, that maybe not be okay, but F used to be unacceptable. I mean, even D was an issue. Now F is okay, but anything worse than F may be a problem. And I see now the volume capacity ratio of 1, which there's a reason for that. And I'm not, I'm not saying that you're part of this, but now I see 125% is okay, but then we say, well, 130% is not good, but it drops down below 125%, which makes it okay. So I don't see what the physical, you know, what the physical condition would be to say, okay, 125% is okay, but 130% is not. I think anything above 1, the volume capacity ratio is not good for a local street, and that's, I mean, we have to have a goal that we you know, shoot for, and something that exceeds volume capacity ratio I don't think is an acceptable goal. I mean, realistically it may not be achievable, but at least we have to have a goal. So I understand, but you also used the model in the preliminary analysis. I forgot what, it's FDOT's model, I think.
That's correct.
And you did not use that, or did you use that as part of this as well?
Yeah, we continued that. The expansion from that Part A that you saw where we were just looking high-level roadway capacity with the model volume, we did that this time as well, but then with the added benefit of newer and better traffic counts, and then we dived into pedestrian volumes as well as intersection volumes. That's the added value for this study.
Yeah.
The back to your point about, you know, level of service, Pinellas County is one of the counties that has kind of done away with evaluating a lot of things with level of service. I mean, they're in urban environments, we've kind of said, well, let's start thinking so much about auto-centric, you know, way of thinking, let's shift more to mobility. So they're looking, especially at places where you can't widen the roads anymore, how do we get a safer pedestrian environment, more bicycles on the road? So that we're trying to look at that as well. All of this is a balance, obviously.
I mean, I know there's some real smart people that do this, but it's almost like lifting up the edge of a rug and sweeping the dirt under it and then saying, now it's okay. I understand, but I mean, we also are an old town, and there's a limit to what we can do as far as the width of right-of-ways. We're not a new town like East Lake and those areas where they can plot something out to take into account future expansion. So we're kind of fixed in that regard. And I just am a little concerned about, again, the city doing something to a residential street to put, as you say, local traffic through that, but then the FDO, and then FDOT basically, I don't want to call it benefits from that, but the local traffic's always been on alternate 19 and US 19. Anyway, there was one other question it wasn't a question, observation. I really appreciate the improvements that y'all are suggesting for the intersections and things like that, the walkability, and that gets back to what you're saying. The parking along, I wish I could remember, it's the entrance to the woods at Anderson Park. One of the recommendations was putting parking near that. Wood Mill, is that correct?
Woodhill Drive, correct.
Yeah. Why put parking? I mean, I just saw that. I said, okay.
Yeah, and that was a comment we heard about, a specific comment about, maybe I can just bring it up real fast, some of the long-term parking. It's a little hard to see on here, but really today you come in here and you've got kind of that dead-end street. So it was just a comment made by some of the community. You could have some kind of, I don't want to call it long-term parking, but some visitor parking.
In other words, if it doesn't go through, put the parking there. Is
Right,
that what you're saying?
and that's where we're trying to get. I think if you were to put it through, one of the biggest concerns here is that they wouldn't be able to get in and out, and understood with the added volume that James just talked about, that local traffic. That's where our recommendation would be to design it in a way that it's pretty much a turn lane anyway, where it jets off to the north, and you have a east-west. And that was something that Duke talked about quite a bit as well. When we mentioned these concepts to them, they mentioned really having a shorter angle of deflection, so not going over kind of a parallel site for them, or perpendicular.
Now, two things. One is a question. You mentioned you would be looking for a preference to something to work on, a concept. Is that based on one of the ones that you're still going to come up with about a half a dozen scenarios? Is that correct for the?
Within these, so there's scenarios within each of these. We feel these are the three main buckets.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then at some point, the commission, based with the residents, would decide on one of the preferences. Is that correct?
That's where we would like to get, correct.
Okay. And then your final report would be based on that preference and what your recommendations would be along the various roadways. Is that the idea?
We haven't totally discussed this at this point, but
Okay.
what I'd like for us to do is really report out and be transparent what we heard from the community on both sides. If there's not any one alternative, obviously we want to leave the city with a direction to move forward in.
Right.
But we're going to be open and transparent with what we hear.
Yeah.
And give you our recommendations.
No, that's important. When we went to some of the political forums, especially at the Woods at Anderson Park, it was pretty much focused on this project. So it's extremely important to the residents.
These connections, these are always tough, right? When you have a new alignment, I think the thing we've been trying to make clear is, and we just talked about it a little bit, there's some short-term things, do it now. I think we have a lot of consensus on some of those safety measures and traffic calming concerns.
Yeah.
And so that's where we've really been trying to talk about this whole corridor, not just this quarter-mile piece right here.
Yeah, and the last thought.
Obviously, that's the elephant in the room. But
well, the last thought, I want to say I really appreciate your work. I've learned a lot and continue to learn every time you make a presentation. So there's some questions concerning the modeling I'd like to talk to you about,
Sure.
Not obviously tonight, but at some point I'll get with
James could talk
Ms.
about
Vincent.
that all night if you let
I
him.
know,
So.
and I don't want to do that. So, all right, thank you very much. Thank you. Vice Mayor Cole.
Thanks. I've got a couple questions along Ultra 19. When it talks about above capacity, there's 2 intersections today with Manatee Village reactivated. There's all 4 intersections are above capacity then at that point. What does above capacity mean? Ultimately it's sitting in traffic, right?
Well, again, James, I mean, that's really looking at the peak hour condition. That's the other thing. You asked about what's acceptable. That's always been a debate, but we're looking at, got to remember, we're looking at the PM worst condition. I once had somebody, I'm just going to go off on a quick little diversion. I used to have somebody talk to me about it this way. It's like, it's a balance we're trying to strike, but it's like when you go to your break room at work and you got the one, everybody's there for lunch and you got one microwave, and then, so should we go ahead and design everything to have 6, 10 microwaves for lunch so that everybody can can kind of, eat all at once. So anyway, that's kind of what we're trying to balance, but it's what's the duration of congestion? How long are you? So sometimes it's not just the volume and capacity, it's like how long are you, and you can probably explain this better than I can, but how long are you stuck in traffic, essentially?
Okay.
So I think you're referring to this slide, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Correct.
This is a roadway segment capacity. You said intersection roadway segments.
Okay.
We define what the capacity is on this kind of generalized peak volume where things start to break down in the system and the operations aren't working very well, and that's more or less capacity. For these roadways, once you get to a volume of about 880 vehicles per hour, the roadway isn't functioning very well anymore. In the existing condition, 2 of the 4 segments are above and past that point today. And with the shopping center, it would take the 2 additional segments above and beyond that point. Now, these are generalized capacities. You really need to take a deeper dive, and that's why we also did an intersection capacity analysis. And that's where we came up with the recommendations about where turn lane enhancements can actually improve the operations to get the turns out of the way of the through trips. Mm-hmm. It's a little bit of a challenge in this corridor because there's a lot of turn lanes that you can't extend any further because they bump into another turn lane. But that's what we're trying to define the problem out there and bring some recommendations that are pretty obvious. And that's what we've done in this presentation.
Okay, for like the turn lanes, would we then, from a staff standpoint, go to the DOT and have the city manager lobby for extending those based on the study? Is that how that would work?
Yes, sir.
Okay. A couple other questions. Is there any other room to expand Alternate 18, make it 4 lanes?
Well, it's not in Pinellas's plans. It's not in DOT's plans at this moment. This might be the beginning of a conversation about that. To the extent of the available right-of-way out there, I think it's going to be a challenge.
It's tight, right? Okay. Did COVID have an impact? I know most of 21 I stayed home and worked from home. Did the COVID have an impact on the study at all?
So these counts were actually conducted in September of 2021 where things were kind of getting back to normal. Schools were almost back to full capacity. We did compare them to 2019 pre-COVID counts, and they were conservative, believe it or not. So we went with them. Okay. Otherwise, we would have reverted back to 2019.
Okay. A couple short-term items you guys recommended. One was Diston Avenue and Tarpon Avenue needs some type of attention. I mean, that's something we could do now, correct? We could put a 4-way stop in based on a traffic study or something along those lines to make it safer for pedestrians. Am I understanding that?
If that's the direction that the city would want to take it, it doesn't benefit that many folks because today there's not a lot of northbound at Tarpon compared to the east-west volume. So we didn't actually study what a all-way stop would look like there, how far the queues would build back and would it build into other driveways, but that's the sort of thing that you would want to look at before you did something like that.
Okay, the question for alternatives 3 that was presented on with Diston, was that for a trail or was that for traffic? That was for traffic, correct?
That could be for either a
Okay.
trail or for the street connection.
So if you go with the alternatives 3, that kind of spurs it off to different parts of Mears. I would imagine you would have less northbound traffic going down Diston. Is that an assumption?
I think you could have less. It's hard to say really without going. I think it may create a longer travel time, and that's would probably be the purpose of doing that too, really. But it's not to have a raceway or a shotgun through there.
Or they could dump into Safford or Ultra 19 or go west at that point or east if they wanted to.
And I think we're really trying to communicate having more of a diversion at the intersection too. So that's because obviously there's concerns at Mears and just in today.
Yeah, no, I thought that was a pretty interesting thought process.
And if I may add to that, I think the way that we're predicting volumes out there is we're assuming that road would operate at 30 miles per hour or less, where it may not be doing that. If you just build in the quarter mile, people might go a little bit faster than that. So that was how we got to the volumes we got to with that fixed 30 mile per hour.
Yeah, Tarpon Springs has very limited straight roads. So this is one of the straight roads in Tarpon.
And to build on that too, again, these are high-level concepts, and you asked about what the end goal is. Obviously, there would need to be a PD&E study on those kind of alignments. So we're just really trying to look at it, and how does the community feel about that, and how is it even possible? So that's something where the end game would be some added study on something like that.
Was there anything you evaluated, say, like when you get to MLK on Diston, it's a challenging intersection, and then going north from there, I can't remember the next road name. It might be Oakwood or something along those lines. When you're sitting at Oakwood going across Diston, is a line of sight issue. Was there any thought process or anything evaluated to say you can't go any further on Diston north past MLK? Like there'd be a one-way coming towards MLK to I can't remember, the health department road ultimately. You have a picture of the diagram where there's a crosswalk in there. I can't remember the name of the road. Was that concept ever evaluated or looked at all as a
not a one-way? We really felt that section's pretty narrow. Those are 9-foot, really pretty narrow lanes. So we looked at keeping the kind of two-way connections with the residential neighborhood in there, and really just trying to address the sight line distances and the intersections.
Okay. Mark, do you have this information for like sidewalk gaps and lighting and mid-block crossings that we could look at for fiscal year 23? Is that something you have in hand?
Yeah, we're looking at all the, in fact, we're not only looking at that, but we're looking at some things with our police team and with planning and stuff. We're looking at some of the improvements right now for either this budget or the upcoming budget. So yes, we've got an individual team working no matter what the decision on these crosswalks, safety, sidewalks. We already got a city team working on those now. And we'll probably bring that together when we come to the end of this, when the end of that, we'll have combined their report and our report about where we are, including some, I think we've already done a few of the simpler, easier things we've already done, so we will continue with that.
Okay, all right, thank you. I have a couple comments that we'll have during board discussion, but right now I think we're going to go to public comments on this item. If you have any public comments on this item, please come forward. You have 4 minutes to speak. State your name and address for the record.
Panayoti Skoulias, 595 Peninsula Avenue. Let's just get it on the record for the 5th or 6th time. We've heard, and from the consultants, we've heard that the new board or the new candidates for office, they've all publicly stated on the record, especially at the Woods debate, that no one's going to approve or want to push through Distant to connect the gap. And we're wasting our time with all these studies. Of course, we want to improve our crosswalks at Lemon, Boyer, Lime, and no one's denying that. But this is all about connecting Distant. And why? You connect Distant, you get more access points, and you get more development. So back to Gemini storage, when they showed that diagram. What exactly is the exact code and land use and all that property that's on the southeast corner? What is it? What can it be used to be spun up in opinion for some type of development? And regarding the landfill, at one of the prior hybrid meetings, I did speak with one of the city staff, and they had slipped up when I asked them, what's going on with that landfill? Can it be bought or sold or turned into some type of development down the road? And what I caught was, right now it's in the city's hands. So we don't know what the future is. We have no idea. And I don't appreciate the consultants coming up here and saying it's just the local traffic going down Belcher and Distant. No, it's not. Those are Pasconians. Those are also people that are trying to jet across east towards Trinity and East Lake as well. So you can't just say it's the locals going down through there. And alternate 19 is wide enough now. If there is an emergency, the cars can move to the right of the lanes, and the emergency vehicle can go straight down alternate 19. So we can read these city walkable rules books all we want, but Tarpon Springs is Tarpon Springs. And if you guys are trying to gentrify the community, push that road through. Push that road through, destroy the quality of life in Tarpon Springs, and do exactly what the residents don't want you to do. You heard from both sides. You talk about protecting quality of life, but yet you want to connect an intersection where a child died being hit. You're going to increase that intersection by 130%. So let's get it on the record what the Mears, all that property across Mears, what it can be used with our land use development codes. See if we need to address that right away for overdevelopment. And if you guys think 10, 15 minutes is bad going through Tarpon Ave or downtown Tarpon, you better think again. You push that road through, you get more development than you've ever realized. You gentrify an historic community, in the black community, in the minority community, and you'll get more traffic than you've ever seen. So let's take our breaks. Let's fix the crosswalks. Let's improve the quality of life and not claim to try to improve the quality of life by destroying it with development and access points that you all can create. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kelvin Price. I am the proud pastor of Mount Moriah AME Church, 722 South Distant Avenue. This is my first time coming to this body. In 2019, when you all built the road on Mears, I had the privilege of meeting with a representative from the city and the company who built the road. We asked if they would be able to put a safety barrier along the church's property. We asked if they would put sidewalks, some trees, some safety features. And the gentleman from the large apartment complex said, when this project was approved, that wasn't even considered. We were sitting in the fellowship hall of my church, and I felt really dismissed. I had taken off work from my hospital job, drove from Riverview, and it was, yeah, like the Mango Loop side of Tarpon Springs, doesn't really matter. Now, I have the privilege of having a pretty good relationship with the mayor. I've not experienced that as his philosophy. But from that meeting and the results, they built the road. I don't know if there is a single safety feature near my church. We were worshiping in our parking lot. I would pray diligently when I saw Sister Dabbs walking across the street. But in the meeting at my church, I said to the gentleman, I would hate for the headlines to read, child killed at local church because of no safety features. The gentleman just looked at me, and I said to him, I live in a pretty nice neighborhood. When they plan a road in my community, we have many hearings before they start the project. I don't remember one. I said, when they build a road in my community, where I have the privilege of living, they put all kinds of noise barriers and everything up. I know that road was not planned during you guys' administration. But I heard all of this wonderful stuff about safety features. I would love to see some put in on the side of town where the lower income people live, where people who look like me worship. And I think it's, America says we are a Christian nation. I'll believe it when I see it. But I think it's the Jesus thing to do, to care about the least of those. We may not pay as much tax, but we do matter. Lovely that you want to open that road, I guess. But there is a track record in Mango Loop, on that side of Tarpon Springs, they build roads with no safety features. I hope that that can be addressed, because it hurt. It hurt. Thank you.
I'm Annie Dabbs, 803 South Distance Avenue. 2 Sundays ago, when I left Mount Moriah, I came out to the corner of Mears there, and there was a stop sign for the traffic going east. So I saw the truck coming. It wasn't that close, so I proceeded to walk across. And when I got in the middle, the truck came, I would say, within 2 feet of me. I could feel the wind. He did not stop for the flashing light, and I felt he did it deliberately, because there were new stop signs with flashing lights, and if you can't see them, you have no business driving. And I got very upset because I could feel the wind, and I couldn't get the plate number, but I did call the police department. They sent an officer out. But this goes back, and not necessarily, because when we talk about safety features, if they didn't stop for those lights, they're not going to stop for anything else. We need crosswalks. I didn't hear enough about when the safety features are going to be remedied out there. I still don't understand how this road was put in there without any safety features. And in the area, you have an elementary school, a recreational center, Dorset Park, Mount Moriah AME Church, and not to mention bus stop with no safety features for those children who walk across the street. It's not just one group, it's a diverse group all over the neighborhood. They deserve to have safety features. I'm hoping that it doesn't take too long. Maybe it might be one of those short-term programs to get something out there to protect our children, so we don't have to say, oh, this little girl or this little boy got hit, because all the vehicles, even to the day, do not stop for those stop signs. The police department is out there quite often, and when they are out there, they are at work, because they will stop them when they see them go through a stop sign. One day I was so upset, I saw this great big wheeler, I don't know, 16 or 14 tires, heading towards US 19. And I said, when I saw him coming, I was sitting in my driveway, and I got up and went on the porch, because I knew he wasn't going to stop for that stop sign right there by Mount Moriah. And he couldn't see the traffic coming from Harrison. He did not stop. Fortunately, there was no other car coming. But I just want to say, with all the programs we have out there for children, including the elementary school, I'm hoping it doesn't take too long to protect all of our children with safety features, out there for the drivers to see. Perhaps the crosswalks, maybe even the sidewalks could be one of those short-term programs. But I do know one thing, we need something to protect all of our children. Thank you.
Good evening. Mike Eisner, 1515 Riverside Drive. I want to also go on record publicly that I was there and all 8 candidates are against the Distant Avenue extension. I think when Alt 19 and 19 are backed up, it makes no sense to take the Distant issue and the extra traffic is just going to flow into that area, and that'll be backed up. It'll be a nightmare trying to cross MLK. It'll be a bigger nightmare trying to cross Tarpon Avenue. It'll take 2 major streets that have traffic into 3 major streets that'll have traffic, and while doing that, putting residents at risk. I think most of the Tarpon residents that go through the traffic, they turn on Klosterman and they head towards Florida and they cut across Florida and they disperse that way. So who would we be opening this up for but people that are north of us? So I just don't see that we should be putting residents at risk to, make the traffic move a little quicker for people that are heading north of us. Stay on 19. I mean, let FDOT try to correct or expand or whatever they need to do to help 19. Anytime you either on 19 or Alt 19, it almost becomes like comes back to a point. And we've all been at that point where Alt 19 and 19 comes back together. It's a full-fledged mess. I would hate to see that we bring Distant through and then we would have that mess again at Live Oak. It just makes no sense. People would be making a left, and there would be a huge traffic mess by Dodecanese and Live Oak. If you make the right, you're going to have a big mess again on 19 in Live Oak. So I just don't see the benefit to this at all. I am pretty much dead against this. So I just wanted to go on record, to let you know that all 8 candidates did say they were not in favor of this at all. Thank you.
Do we have any other public comment on this item tonight? Seeing none, we will need a motion to accept the presentation. We're not making any recommendations tonight. This is just more to accept it. Is there a motion?
I move to accept the presentation, if that's is that what you're looking for? Yes, but I do have one comment.
Yeah, we've got plenty. We've got about 40 minutes for comments. So.
Yeah.
Second.
All right.
2 points I wanted to clarify. One, City Manager LaCouris, and maybe knowing our police department, they may already be doing it. Could we do a similar study at the Distant Mears intersection that we did for Tarpon Avenue, for that whole section from Huey, for example, to see what we can do as far as traffic calming?
Yes, we can, and we're doing a lot of those. And I'll make sure I get the pastor, because we've been communicating with some of the people from Mount Moriah.
Yeah.
Who are already working. So we'll get him a list of all the things. I guess the information hasn't got back to him. The things we're already doing, especially in the project you just approved. Again, to reiterate, 10 years ago or 11 years ago when that road was done, the group just agreed to the basic road, and we were, as a city, supposed to come in afterwards and do the other things. Those things they're gonna see, so we'll get them the list. We'll also look at those things. We've already got the police working on a lot of the things that came up from the walking. When they did the walking a distance, we're already working on those things, so we'll make sure and we'll get a list to the pastor so he can distribute the information.
Specifically something on safety, the same level of detail that was done. The police department did an excellent job, you know, suggesting perhaps a stoplight, stop signs.
They're doing that right now, yes,
Okay.
on the whole area.
All right, the second item, I just want to offer for clarification. First of all, our comprehensive plan requires a study for Distant Avenue. It doesn't require that it be connected, but it requires a study. The study does two things. One, it tells you whether doing something makes sense, or it also tells you whether doing something doesn't make sense. But if you don't have a study, there'll just be a debate of arm waving and my opinion versus your opinion, the whole thing. So I think a study is a good thing. And I think you're hearing some of the results as they're trending right now, and I think that's going to continue on when Mr. Snyder and Kimberly Horn comes back to us at some point, I guess April, May, June timeframe or something like that. But I think a study is good because it gives information as far as, you know, from a quantitative perspective that, okay, we're not going to do this because this is why it was studied. And that's the end of the story. There's no debate, no opinion or anything like that. Maybe something will change in 5 or 10 years. We could take another look at it, but that's what I value a study, both something that makes sense and something that doesn't. Thank you.
Thanks. Just real quick to reiterate, there's multiple safety things that we're working on as a city. A couple weeks ago, we just approved like $1 million for a project along Mears that moves a scale house, adds sidewalks, adds some streetscape in some other areas. So that's going to be addressed sooner than later. I don't know what the start date's going to be on that. But that's something in the near future that we'll see. I'm encouraged that the city manager has put a significant amount of time on staff side to look at safety along this corridor. So that's something that's encouraging to see. At the end of the day, this study is a great study, and there's a lot of information in this study. You hit the nail on the head. Like, how do we know? Is it a good idea, bad idea? Is a trail a good idea, bad idea? Do we need more sidewalks? I mean, a lot of common sense stuff, you think it's common sense, but then when you have the study, it comes through and gives you more of an educated decision that you can make other than just saying it's a good idea or a bad idea. So I do appreciate the study. I think there are some great concepts in there. Looking forward to some more information here with the new board and what alternatives we have as a whole to move forward with Ford Pinellas to try to get some additional funding for some other options for this corridor. So with that, we'll go to roll call.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Yes.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Commissioner Terrapini?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Carr?
Yes. The next item is item 12, commission input on Whitcomb Bayou project update. City manager.
These next two items, well, this item was also one where obviously the decisions are going to be made by the next board, but we felt that we need to bring you an update of where we are in one of the last available meetings to do it with you and any input. But this item and of course the next item are going to be just updates of where we are now, and they'll go to the board. The first one is Whitcomb, and mainly it's just to talk about the schedule, where we are and where we're going forward. So Bob, if you could present some brief presentation so this board knows where they're leaving off and they'll be passing on to the new board.
Yes, sir. I'm Bob Robertson, Project Administration Department Director. So as Mark said, I'm here to provide a brief status update on the Whitcomb Bayou project. Primarily, my purpose here is to give you a quick check-in on where the project is and where it's headed. So in short, the project is proceeding on schedule as presented to the board back in September. Arcadis then began the information collection and initial evaluation stage and prepared 4 rough draft concepts. These 4 concepts were presented to the Sustainability Committee last month for early input, and our consultants at Arcadis got some great constructive feedback from that committee. Based on their input, Arcadis is now fleshing out the alternatives by doing some of the detailed work that includes flood protection analysis, evaluating environmental, safety, and aesthetics impacts, coordination with Pinellas County, construction cost analysis, and doing a cost-benefit analysis. Before we present these alternatives to the board and to the public, we wanted to do all this homework and research first because we know we're going to have a lot of questions to answer. So we want to be prepared for that. So to that end, we are targeting the end of April to present these alternatives to the public. That'll be through an in-person public forum, as well as online through our Connect Tarpon Springs portal, and maybe any other alternatives we feel are appropriate. After that, we'll come back to the Sustainability Committee again with the detailed presentation of the alternatives with more of those, more of that information. And then finally back to the BOC again to present the board's to request the board's approval of one of the options before we proceed to the grant application stage. That's all. That's our ultimate end game here, is to get to the grant application and then obviously to get the project done. So, so far all this is going in accordance with the schedule that was presented to the board back in September. And I'm looking forward to presenting the alternatives to you when they're ready for a full discussion. So, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Bob, thank you for the update. What's Pinellas County said? We talked to Pinellas County about applying for the grant also. So obviously the city has half the bayou. Pinellas County has jurisdiction for the other half. Shave half my head off. It's going to look kind of goofy, right? And it's not going to really serve its purpose. Has any talks progressed, or have they shown any interest?
Yeah, there has been some initial discussions about partnering up and teaming up and going after a grant. This is where we start to get Pinellas County more deeply involved as we're fleshing out the alternatives. So I've already directed Arcadis. We're going to start working much more closely with the county, and that's going to be part of the plan very soon.
Have they shown interest in it?
Yes.
Okay. Who do you work with, or who are you working with?
Hank Hoddy.
Okay.
He's the I forgot his title, sustainability manager, coordinator.
Yeah. Okay. Great. I'm looking forward for additional information coming from the Sustainability Committee and also coming back to the Board of Commission too. Do you have any comments or questions on the board? Okay. Do we have any public comments on this item? Okay. Need a motion to accept the update?
Works for me.
Motion to accept the update.
I'll second it.
There's not really any input, so any further discussion? Not hearing any. Roll call.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Yes.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Commissioner Terrapini?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Carr?
Yes. This takes us to item 13, commission input on public feedback on ARPA and Tarpon Avenue property from town hall meeting.
Yeah, so I want to, again, these are two items that's also going to be turned over to the next commission. I just wanted to give you an update of where we are and, you know, where we'll be leaving off, and the information will be given to the new commission, and give this commission a chance, especially to do with the ARPA funding, where we are, what we've done so far. We talked a little bit at the last meeting, when we approved the items about the town hall meeting, which went good. Again, we were experimenting with a new process. We got some input. Obviously, it's not the end of the input we need to get either on ARPA or West Tarpon Avenue. I imagine the new board is going to have a direction of what else we're going to gather. What I wanted to give you tonight is an accumulation of what we have so far on ideas and concepts. And again, I want to emphasize ideas and concepts because there are a lot of things out there to spend the money on. All of them are good. It's going to be a tough decision of the new board, and two decisions, one on timing. If we're waiting for more of the strategic plan, comprehensive plan to make decisions on these, when we need to make the decisions so we can get them done. But they're also going to have to decide a whole lot of very good projects, and probably more that's going to be come up with, and not only look at which of the projects we're going to do the ARPA money on, but we'll be looking at budget time as budget season starts in April, which of these projects are going to be incorporated in this budget. We'll be looking, and the finance director will be looking at what we're going to do probably 5 years out in the budget, and and what projects we can do, what's the projections. The ARPA money can help move some of those up. So there's a lot more to talk about with ARPA decisions and sources of money that we may go after. There'll still be grants at some of these things we've had on these lists. There'll still be grants to be able to go after. There'll be planning for penny for Pinellas money over the next 5 years of where we want to slot these things. So this is just the beginning of what we're doing, and we've got some lists so far. The first list I attached was an updated project list from the city and department heads of what some of the things we're going to look at, and there's just a little bit of backup on them. That's an evolving process. You'll see some different things on there. One different thing is the golf course, clubhouse, and banquet hall. That's a discussion for the future because there was interest in doing that. If the projections that Paul has is right, son, it's going to be at least 3 years, maybe 4, before we have the deficit paid. And obviously, I would not recommend doing anything until we got that $1 million deficit. You know, we need to get that off the books. So in my mind, in the city manager realm of lines, that wouldn't be anything to look at to probably 4 years. But there is an ability to do it if we decide to do it as an ARPA money project, and to do that if there's a will of the new board to do it. So we just added that on because of the last discussion we had about the golf course and that this would be a way to do it without taking out another loan or putting them in debt. It's a possible way, but again, it's one of many. We also added 2 projects that we went for grant money for. We have approximately half the money on both of them. The one on the Forest Sports Field, we already know we did not get that grant. We've got half of the money budgeted, I believe $200,000. We probably need another $200,000. One option, again, would be to use the ARPA money for that. The other option would be to, again, incorporate in the budget and get that budget money for it. The other one is the library improvement. We have not heard on the grant yet. We'll probably hear for the grant in May. Whether we get that grant, again, I think Ron budgeted, although showing the budget the whole amount, the amount is based on us getting the grant. There's a little bit of confusion about, so what's it showing you here is the whole amount of money. We've got half of the money for those 2 budgeted, but if we want to move up that may be an option. Again, it's also an option to go to our budget we have now or the budget for next year to get the rest of the money to do that with. So those 2 were added, and one thing was added on the theater upgrade for the cultural center. Their small theater put in that may be an option to use. But again, these are all options and suggestions that staff has to throw into the mix. We've also got the information that was sent from the hospital about what they requested. We have got the sustainability. The Sustainability Committee made some recommendations for that money. We've got in there the results that we talked about last time a little bit, the results of the ARPA funding and the initial public engagement and town hall meeting that we had. So we've got a lot of information here to pass on to the new board for a lot of processes about what we're going to move in the future to make decisions on it. So this is kind of what we've left with your board. Ron's here to answer any of the technical budgetary questions, and we've got some on this. And then basically talk a little bit about the town hall on the East Tarpon Avenue. Again, it's an initial public engagement. We also did it on our platform. We did this town hall meeting. I imagine the new commission is going to have more input for it. Right now, from what we've got so far, it looks like some type of park is going to be the consensus for there. But again, that's not decided, and it'll be up to the commission, what more input we're going to obtain before we make those decisions. But again, on both of those, it was a real good start to keep the process going and begin the public input process. And again, we'll be going to the new commission to find out what more information they want and where to go on both these items. Also on here, we don't have I mean, we know the vice mayor is very interested in water lines and water things. So it's also an opportunity tonight, if there's anything that wants to be added to the list from the commission, where they want to leave it tonight. But basically, this is what we're passing over that we've got so far on some input, on some ideas, and we want to just one last time, come to this board and present this and get all the information what we're going to pass over. So.
Okay, thanks. I appreciate you presenting the city's staff recommendations and some items that we could look at. We are going to public comment on this item. If you have any public comments, please state your name for the record. Again, this is for the Tarpon Avenue, West Tarpon Avenue, and the ARPA funding.
Mike Eisner, 1515 Riverside Drive. I'll be quick. I was at the town hall. I think that was amazing. I compliment you, Mark. That was probably one of the best meetings I've seen here since I've been here. It's great to get the input from the residents. The residents were giving a lot of feedback. The only thing I would like to add is possibly coming up with a wish list and making it into a matrix so that we see exactly how many people want the park, how many people want this, how many people want that, whatever the wish list is, so that we have a consensus, because that's the only fair way to really move ahead with what the money should be spent for. But as I also said on that day, I do think we need to touch base with the people that were not in the room, because they're the people that either don't know this City Hall even exists, they're dealing with day-to-day that they have no food to eat, or they're possibly going to be tossed out of their house for lack of payment. Now we have issues with gas pricing and food pricing accelerating at an exorbitant rate. So we also need to make sure that we don't have a mass exodus of people that are right now just sitting on, bating breath, waiting paycheck to paycheck, that have been affected by COVID. So these are all the things that we need to consider. But thank you. I thank you for whoever's idea was that to bring that up. I think it was great. I'd also like to see more and more of those. The more comeback you get from the residents, I think you'll see a lot less divisive, type feelings from the city. Thank you.
Thanks. Do we have any other public comment on this item tonight? Seeing none, we'll go to, we need a motion for this. Again, this is commission input, more of an update, so we need some type of motion for discussion.
Motion to accept the approach that the city manager is taking.
Thanks. Okay.
Motion to accept the approach the city manager has taken, but remove sport complex lighting and field improvements from this list because it was fully funded at the end of our budget season.
It's true.
Second.
Okay. We'll go to discussions. I've got a couple items to discuss amongst the board. Again, this is I don't want to call it a windfall, but it's one of these once in a probably 100-year situation where the federal government just hands us a significant amount of money. $12 million is a lot. We started piecemealing it together. I want to see a holistic approach. I know most of the board did too. But at the end of the day, we've got some good projects that are currently in process, and we've got a lot that are in the wings here, waiting to get started. So, a couple of them that I do want to add to the list is the hospital. The CEO sent over a handful of things that they've done with the hospital. There's a lot of things that they still have to do in the hospital on this building, and the way the COVID funds are described, I mean, this is somewhere that they can be used. I think that's an important thing. I do think it's important to look at an option on how to help the citizens, looking at potentially a water bill assistance if it's some type of dollar amount, maybe $25,000 set aside for the next few years for a financial hardship. I'm not sure what that would look like or how that would be done, but I think it's something that we can do as a with our staff to figure out a solution for that and put some dollars aside. Even in general, like when someone gets like $1,000 water bill because of a water leak or something along those lines, I mean, it's something to help with that. Even when it's not necessarily a financial constraint, but getting a hit with that of a surprise because of a water leak is something that could hurt anybody. One of the items is it talks about a Cops and Kids building being rebuilt to help serve the community. As a reminder, Tarpon Springs doesn't have a hurricane shelter, nor is there any plan from the county to have a hurricane shelter in Tarpon Springs. If the Cops and Kids building is going to be rebuilt, which I would support, I think it's important to evaluate how it can be converted into a hurricane shelter as well, too, to serve our residents here in Tarpon Springs, so we can have a hurricane shelter for our residents here locally. Another item that isn't on this list, but Mark alluded to, was the water line replacement. There is septic to sewer, a second option listed on top of the one that's already being done, that's funded through the ARPA funds. I would suggest that we not do that at all and let it be funded from the sewer fund itself. We have, I believe, over 20 miles of cast iron pipes throughout the city that need to be replaced. If you see the inside of a cast iron pipe, it's a rusty pipe. It looks like a clogged artery. And my question to you is, if you had a metal cup sitting in front of you full of rust, would you want to drink out of that metal cup? And I think it would be alarming and very insightful for you to see what the inside of a metal pipe looks like. Although I've got full confidence in our water department and what they're doing to make sure the water is safe to get to our houses. With our age infrastructure, I think it's time to replace that and really put some money behind that. I believe it's a significant investment, but it's something important, and it was one of the items that the residents said the infrastructure is a top of that list. So the water line replacement, I think, should be at the top of that list. There isn't anything in this for, I believe, nonprofits or something along those lines to help the community. I would like to see something in here. We've got a lot of great community programs here locally that we can involve somewhere. I don't know what that would look like, but that's something we should have added in there as a discussion point and some additional items. I do agree with Commissioner Donovan. I remember pretty clearly that the sports complex lighting was fully funded at the end of this budget season for fiscal year 22. So I don't see why that's in the list of items. With that, Commissioner Terrapini?
In a nutshell, I agree with what you said, Vice Mayor. I think that the water supply should be moved up as a priority. Other than that, I don't have any comments.
Okay. Commissioner Donovan?
Yeah, thank you, Vice Mayor. Before I get into the sports complex lighting and field improvements, I do think it's worth noting the Cops and Kids Youth Center. That was one I was particularly excited to see on there. I remember the last time I was there, I spoke with them and they had mentioned that this was coming up sooner rather than later. I think it's a good idea, like you said, to possibly look into making that a hurricane shelter or getting multiple uses out of that. But that is something definitely for new candidates. If you are elected, please, please, please go take a tour of the Cops and Kids Youth Center before you're ever asked to make a decision on this, because I think it'll really give you some good perspective on why this is necessary. As far as the sport complex lighting and field improvements, this is something I missed when I was reading over the backup, and I was really, really concerned when I saw it on this list. I vividly remember our conversation passing this, and it was actually brought up. The mayor had said he had just gone to a Tarpon FC event, and that this was something he was really excited about. I chimed in. I said, yeah, I've talked with them in the past. This is something really worth being excited about. And we approved the $400,000, I think it was as a capital project. And when we approved it, we said, hey, we're going to try to go get a grant for this. But regardless of the grant outcome, we want to make sure that this gets funded. And then in speaking with staff about it, we had agreed, okay, we need Sisler Complex ready for opening day. So let's go ahead and do that around Thanksgiving time, which we did. We were all at the ribbon cutting, and it was awesome. But then my understanding was that we were going to start moving forward with the lighting and field improvements for the sports complex in the summer. Similar to how we timed it up with Sisler Field, was that in the summer, once, sometime before football starts and in between soccer seasons, this was going to get going. So I just really want to emphasize tonight that this was approved in our budget meetings, absolutely. I remember that being the takeaway. I remember Tarpon FC reaching out to the city and saying thank you so much. So I don't know, and maybe city manager, you can answer, is this just something where you were hoping to get an alternative funding on? Because I don't want to make it seem like this is up for funding.
No, all I got to do is, I'm going to be coming back to you. When I learned, from Ron that he had counted the budget, that counted that portion into it, I'm going to be coming back to you because I can get, from Penny and stuff, we can get it. We just put it on there because that is an option to use that money, but we have the Penny money to be able to do it also. A lot of these decisions are there. So either way, I just have to come back to you to get that funding dedicated to you. So we put it on the list since it is an option when we come back to you for that funding. And, sake of time and to make sure Karen gives a report in our last meeting there, I'll get with you on what happened with it. But we still fully intend to pay on schedule. Just I have to come back to you to dedicate that other money from some source. That would be an option, but we've got it in Penny to also bring forward too. So it's just on the list as an optional thing. It's probably not going to be brought, it'll probably be brought back to the first meeting with the new board. So I just wanted to, it just ended up there because we found out that and another one that's the way it was. However it was to make it done in the budget, that's the way it's done in the budget. But that's an easy fix, and we still plan on staying on schedule.
Okay, just based on the list, it looked like something where, hey, this has partial funding, or hey, this is an option that we need to fund. And I just wanted to make sure to emphasize that this was a fully funded project.
And we still plan to go ahead with it. It just will be an option when the new board, when we turn over a new board to do it, would be an option to do there. But we've also got the Penny money to do it. And that's where I'd probably recommend from, but that is an option.
Okay, so if the new board comes in on day one and says, hey, I don't want to use our actual coronavirus funding on this, then we'll go ahead and move forward with it with the Penny.
Probably the recommendation would be to use the Penny money, but with an option if they didn't want it, depending on the feeling of the board about the use of Penny money and saving it, however they want to use it, it would be that. But yeah, my recommendation would probably be to just dedicate the Penny money that should have been dedicated in the budget originally.
Okay, thank you.
I've got two quick clarifications real quick I didn't bring up. One was the Station 70 design. That was one of the requests by the fire department. I think that's something that would be needed. Again, that's public safety was on the top of the survey, and that's something that should be evaluated for whenever the capital improvement is going to be for that building. And then secondly, the golf course, clubhouse, and banquet hall. I totally understand the need for that. I agree with the need for that, but it should not be funded out of ARPA fundings at all. It's something that the golf course is an enterprise fund. It should be paying for that itself. We could give it a loan from an intercompany loan. It can be paid off over 10 years. We could figure that out. The golf course seems to be heading in the right direction with great leadership. So I think that could be paid off over 10 years when they get this debt down that they currently have as well too. But from a funding from ARPA, there should be no reason we're building a golf course clubhouse that should be paid by enterprise funds. Commissioner Vaticiotis.
I was going to say the Air Force builds its officers club before it builds its runway, so I understand what you're saying. Commissioner Donovan, the conversation you had with City Manager LaCour, so basically your motion is to include, not just to accept the approach that the city manager's got, but to include the funding for the deficit on the lights. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm going to amend the motion to make sure that's fully funded.
No, that is your motion, right?
Yeah, I'm going to amend it anyway to include some of the projects that others have mentioned, just because we're not making any decisions tonight. This is just to get it on the list for the future board to consider. So I figure everything everyone's mentioned I'll add to the list. And it's up to the new board whether or not they want to consider it.
No, I mean, I don't have an issue with it. I mean, I guess what I'm getting at is, are you going to leave it in the motion or are you going to change it, I guess is what I'm getting at.
When I amend the motion, I'll probably have something in there that says that it should be considered
Subject
a fully funded project.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. No, that's fine. My point is, at some point, we need to sober up from these grants. Grants are good, but some things are too important to wait for grants. I mean, we're just basically not doing our residents good when we wait a year and a half. I know it hasn't been that long, but for a grant, and then we realize it was a long shot to begin with, why don't we just bite the bullet and get it done, is what I'm getting at. I think the staff would feel that way too. I see the city manager nodding his head, so I don't have an issue with what your original motion was. I remember the conversation as well. On the golf course, I think, if I'm not mistaken, it was at the presentation that we had for the fees to provide an A to Z list of what improvements you want to do at the golf course, including a clubhouse. Maybe I'm mistaken about that, but I thought that was the comment that I made, was to give us a list of everything that you want, the improvements that you want to make, and then we'll, you know, in other words, program them to actually get it done over a certain amount of period after the deficit, including that.
Well, that's what I was kind of saying in advance. The reason I put it on the list is almost assuredly the recommendation's going to be that we don't even look at that until possibly the 4th year after we get that other thing paid off. If there was an appetite for the commission sitting that they really wanted to do this, then it could be an idea for the list. It's just thrown out there as an idea for the list. When we bring that back, and I think we said May or whenever, when we come back with that, you know, I can pretty well assure that it'll be in year 4 or 5 years from now, after the deficit is fully paid off, before we'd even want to enter into any other kind of deficit with there. Now, the board can make a decision to do a loan or do something, and, you know, they can go their way, but I can tell you it won't be mine and staff's recommendation to do that. So if there was a flavor to do that before then, this would be an opportunity to do it. Right. And we just want to leave the option out there. We're not recommending it. It's just listing all the options.
I know, but it leads to my next. I had a conversation with the city manager. It's the same thing. The staff knows what it wants. I think that's what we need to rely on. They've got this list that they gave us this evening. They've also got $10 million worth of other projects that need to be done as well. And I think that's what the city manager is talking about. At some point, you need to integrate the ARPA funds along with a penny for Pinellas and all the other water and sewer impact fees, everything else that we've got going on. And then what I suggested to him is something that I talked about before, programming everything. In other words, just go ahead and adding years, target dates of when these are actually going to be done, and tie that to the funding projections. And I said, get Ron Herring to, you know, sharpen his pencil and go to work, and then at least take a look at it. Then, as we go along, priorities are going to change based on what the residents' needs are. There's going to be some additional projects that are going to be wanting to be added to the list, but at least we've got some target dates, especially with a firehouse, the new firehouse on Gulf Road. As far as the hospital, I want to help the hospital. I want to provide them the $1 million for the overhang in front, and they've got good reasons for that. The city manager knows what those are as well, and I know it's a tough bite to take out of that $10 million that's left, but we also received what, $3.5 million from the advanced lease, is that right? And we've got that. It's untouchable, I understand that, but we're also earning interest on that. I'd still like to approach the hospital and see perhaps maybe taking $1 million of that in the form of a very low interest loan, and maybe that would be something that would be of help to them. And if not, then we can kind of go back and see what we can do about helping them. That is a leasehold improvement that we actually own that building, and they put $50 million into our hospital facility. And I think the least we can do is continue improving our own leasehold, our own improvements that we actually own. So they're trying real hard, and I really, really appreciate that. And I did have that conversation with Mr. Dunkel, but I'd like to do be a little more creative of how we can help them rather than just, with $1 million. This was your thing, Vice Mayor Carr, about putting that money away somewhere. That was before I was on the commission, about putting that money away somewhere that's untouchable. And then that would be available, I think it was 2040 or 2045, 50, or whenever the lease payments kick in, and that money would be available to that commission at that time. So this would be along that line that we'll get that money repaid, but with some interest as well. So anyway, that's all I have.
Okay. Commissioner Donovan, I think you want to make a amendment.
Yeah, I want to amend my motion. I motion that we add water line replacement, potential hospital funding, a hardship grant for residents, potential nonprofit funding as proposed projects to consider on the list, and also move forward with the sports complex lighting and field improvements using the penny fund as originally intended.
Second.
Can I ask for clarification real quick? I mentioned something about the cops and kids evaluating it as a hurricane shelter too. Is that something we could look at? Do you mind adding that?
Yeah.
Okay.
I won't say it all again, but include in the motion that Cops and Kids Youth Center be explored as a potential hurricane shelter.
Second.
There's a second. Roll call.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Yes.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Commissioner Terrapini?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Carr?
Yes. This completes our regular session meeting for tonight. Board comments. I'm sorry. I need to stick to my script.
Well, we got
We'll go to comments. Police chief.
No comments, sir.
Okay. City attorney.
No comments.
City manager.
Nope, I'm trying to save Karen some time.
All right, and city clerk.
No comments, thank you.
Okay. We do have a community redevelopment meeting right after this. Is there a desire to extend the time?
For Karen, I will extend it to 11:15.
I'll second that.
Okay. Roll call.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Yes.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Commissioner Terrapini?
No.
Vice Mayor Carr?
Yes. With that, we adjourn the regular session meeting at 10:56. At 10:56 and a half, we start the community redevelopment planning meeting on March 8th, 2022. We'll go to roll call, please.
Vice Chair Carr?
Here.
Commissioner Terrapini?
Here.
Commissioner Donovan?
Here.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Here.
All right, first item is CRA annual report. Mr. City Manager.
Yes, it's a requirement for Karen to give this report to you, so we want to, in abbreviated form, fulfill her obligations to the CRA and give this report to you, and hopefully save some time for item 2.
Thank you, Karen Lemons, Community Economic Development Manager, I'm sorry, to give the annual report, and I'm very pleased to give this to you tonight. Just some background, I think you all know what the CRA is comprised of, and the goals here are to encourage economic growth and revitalize the area. We've had a lot of business activity this past year, given COVID and the downturn that we had. We had 17 new business openings, ranging from retail to restaurants to art galleries and even some contractors. So it was a very active year. We did have a couple of relocations or closings. Andros Greek Grill closed, but we do have a new coffee shop opening later this year. Black Duck Taco, they merged with Brighter Days Brewery, and they're now offering their tacos there. And there will be a new ceramic studio called Fired Up that will be moving into the Black Duck Taco space. And then Olympic Realty, they relocated to 101 South Pinellas, and Twisted Orange is going to be opening up later this year. That's a project of Backdrafts. We'll be offering craft cocktails and tapases. So as you can see, even though we have some closings and relocations, it doesn't take long to fill those storefronts. So it's a good indication of our attractiveness here. Coming up this year, we've got several new places opening. Some of these have already opened. Others are underway, again, ranging from restaurants to retail and the Hatchet House that I know you heard about earlier this year. And our grants, the grants are really the heart of what the CRA does in helping attract and retain our businesses. We have 4 grants that are listed here. The new one is the photo mural grant that was just approved in December. Here's a depiction of what the grants are doing. The facade grant, you can see the before and after. The restaurant grant, that's the kitchen at Currents. And the building code grant, which isn't as nice to look at, but these are very important to the infrastructure of our buildings. So for some facts, the 3 grants we have, the 88 facade grants so far since the inception, 18 restaurant grants, 10 building code grants. We looked at who's applying for them, whether that's the property owner or the business owner. And as you can see, the facade and the building code grants, the majority are applied for by the owner of the building, the restaurant grants by the owner of the business. The economic impact, we've had 116 projects. This goes back to the beginning of 2011. 651,000 in grant funds, private investment of 4.1 million. Great annualized rate of return. The average grant amount is about $5,600. And then looking at the appraised value of the properties, those properties that have gotten grants have had about a 40% increase from the grant year that they received them to current. And then here's some of the projects. This is the North Safford Avenue project redevelopment that is now full, with Stumpy's Hatchet House opening later this year. Lemon Street Trade Center, they have 2 businesses in there now. St. Nicholas has completed their cathedral. The Carriage Homes on Ring, this increased the property values in that neighborhood. There's 1 townhome unit that's left. And those prices are ranging from the 300s to the 400s. Manatee Village Shopping Plaza, as you know, is under renovation, and tenant recruitment is ongoing. The Court Street parking lot improvements. Recently, the CRA leased the remainder of the parking lot behind the bank building, so we now have an additional 68 spots, including the improvements that were made to Court Street that fell within this fiscal year. And then there's ongoing beautification. The wayfinding signs also was completed during this fiscal year. We've added some downtown lighting on Hibiscus Street, the alley, Mother Mears parking lot, replaced a lot of the acorn globes. Our historic marker program is ongoing. We've had 3 in the CRA this year from the state. There's 4 outside the CRA. We've got our local markers that will be coming later this year. And we've got several of those that are located in the CRA. Our decorative street signs are ongoing, and all of these beautification projects are continuing. And then our festivals and events, we have our continuing our events. This past year with COVID, the Merchants Association did add a new event, the Second Saturday Market, which has been very successful at the Mother Mears parking lot. And the Arts and Crafts Festivals this weekend, that's outside the CRA, but I think you all know about that. And then future, these are projects that we are currently working on and will be working on going using the Connect Tarpon Springs website. We've got our downtown Tarpon Avenue lot redevelopment, the West Tarpon Avenue options. We've been discussing downtown parking, the Manatee Plaza, going through the code amendments from the CRA and the SAP, our strategic and comp plan updates, which are going to affect the CRA, and then all of the beautification projects we have ongoing. So with that, I thank you, and if you have any comments, I'm happy to take them.
Let's go to public comment first. Do we have any public comments on this item? Hearing none. Do we have a motion to accept the presentation?
Motion to accept the presentation.
Okay. All right. Do we have any comments on this presentation? I've got a quick question for Karen. The old Forbes property, or the Forbes property, has there been any additional? I know there's at least 3 different people that inquired about it. Has anybody made any further?
No, we get some inquiries every now and then on it. So I think, we can take a look at it once we move forward, if we want to redevelop it or not. That's a discussion we need to have.
Okay. Roll call.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Thank you, Karen. Yes.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Commissioner Terrapini?
Yes.
Vice Chair Carr?
Yes. I'll move on to the second item in the CRA. It's downtown railroad arm options. City manager.
Bob, will you give the report, please?
Yep, real quick. So for this item, we're seeking board direction on the path forward for the railroad arm project. Back in September, the board decided against moving forward to put the project out for bid, and instead asked us to research historical use of that existing railroad mast arm there. And so we did that. The idea being to explore an option for adaptive reuse of that arm, possibly putting a sign on that mast arm there. Karen Lemon spoke with the Historical Society, and I met with the Public Art Committee. Both these groups did not favor making any additions to the existing mast arm, with the exception of adding the historic semaphore signals. Those are those kind of colored bars that you see on the top of these type structures. There's a sepia black and white photo in the backup that shows what those look like. Neither of those groups really wanted or favored that standalone sign structure. But if the board chose to move forward with the standalone structure, the Public Art Committee did offer its assistance to help facilitate its construction, offering to issue a call to artists for the structure. So that's where we've left it, and ready for board input.
Okay. Do you have any public comments on this item? Seeing none. We go to Commissioner, we need a motion.
Motion to approve restoring the mast arm with the original semaphore design.
Okay.
Second.
Okay. Going to Commissioner comments. Commissioner Terrapini, I think you were the one that had this recommendation. Did you want to make any comments?
I mean, you know, I've talked about it for 5 years, so at this point, I'm tired of talking about it.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yeah, thank you, Bob, for the presentation. What are the costs associated with both of these? I know, like Commissioner Terrapini mentioned, we probably talked about it 100 times, but what's the cost associated if we move forward with the motion?
A fair question. I think I saw numbers somewhere around 6,000 to 10,000. We have to talk with a restoration company to get quotes, so I don't have a good number for that just yet.
Okay, and that'll come back to the future board
Absolutely.
at that point? Okay, thank you.
Commissioner
Yeah,
Vaticiotis?
I mean, my feeling was that we need to invest in our own history. So I thought this was a good idea, and that's why I recommended it this evening as well.
Okay. Yeah, I support the semaphore. What's it called, Bob?
Semaphore.
Semaphore being restored to its original state. It would be nice to see it powder coated. Hopefully, it'll last longer this time from the last time it was restored. I mean, I'm in favor of seeing some type of arm across the trail. I do think it's still a good idea, but at this point, I think we've beat this one pretty hard. So with that, we'll go to roll call.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Yes.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Commissioner Terrapini?
Yes.
Vice Chair Carr?
Yes. With that, that concludes the CRA. Do we have any board comments?
No comment.
Yeah, I do. I helped set up on the first Friday, and it was really interesting that additional parking that we've got behind Flagship really helped out greatly. About just near the end of setting up, a lady had come back from parking there from having set up, and I asked her, was there still parking there? And I'd been sending everybody down there. And she said, yeah, there were still a few parking spaces. So I think we solved a big problem. I know it's not people parking in terms of visiting the residents, but certainly the vendors made it a lot easier for them as well. So thanks. That
Also
was a
for
good
Touch a
idea.
Truck, we got a lot of comments about having that extra lot to park, which there were cars that ended up in that second lot for Touch a Truck.
A couple items. We do have an election a week from today, so please get out to vote. Regardless who you're voting for, it's great to have everyone voting in Tarpon. Two things, we have 2 ribbon cuttings on Friday. One is at the Senior Center at noon, I believe, and the other one is in a downtown business. I can't remember the name of the business right now. But it's on the corner of Safford and Tarpon Avenue. That's at 5 o'clock. With that, the meeting is adjourned at 11:08.
That was a good swing.